Hey guys, tonight we slip into 1700s America like it is a heavy wool blanket that never fully dries. You're standing in a small wooden room where the air tastes faintly of smoke, damp timber, and yesterday's worry. Outside, the dark presses close, and inside, the only light comes from a fire that crackles like it is gossiping about you. And honestly, it is. Because in this world, illness is not some rare visitor. It is a roommate. It is the guy on the couch who never pays rent. You probably won't survive this if you try to treat a fever the way you would today, with a nap and a sports drink. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you are at it, tell me where you are listening from and what your local time is, because I love imagining you all tucked into different corners of the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You are not visiting the past, you are living in it. Your day begins the way many days begin here. You wake up and do a quick internal inventory. Do you feel normal, tired, or 1700s tired? The kind that comes from hauling water, splitting wood, and pretending you did not hear the neighbor coughing through the wall all night. Your joints ache a bit because it is cold, and the cold is not an occasional inconvenience. It is a constant personality trait of the season. You shuffle closer to the hearth, because warmth is medicine before medicine even shows up. The firelight reveals the first truth about health in this era. Comfort is scarce, and pain is common. If you have a toothache, you do not quietly book an appointment for next Thursday. You grit your teeth, literally, and hope it stops. If you have a fever, you do not think, "Oh no, I might have a virus." You think, "What did I do to invite this?" Because sickness feels personal, like it has chosen you. The world is full of signs and causes. A chill wind, a bad smell from the marsh, a stressful grief, a wrong meal, an unlucky turn of fate. The line between body and environment is thin, like the walls of this house. Tonight, you are not sick yet. Not fully, but you feel that little prickle of unease in your throat. The start of something. It could be nothing. It could be everything. You do what people do when they sense danger. You try to control what you can. You wrap your scarf tighter. You sip something warm. You avoid the damp air in many households. Prevention is mostly common sense mixed with superstition. Keep clean as best you can. Keep warm. Keep your feet dry. Avoid bad air. And yes, you can already hear modern you whispering. Just open a window. Cute. The window is basically a suggestion, and the wind outside is basically an enemy. Medicine in the 1700s sits right between the practical and the theatrical. On one hand, people absolutely use real remedies, many of them plant-based and some genuinely helpful. On the other hand, a lot of treatments are intense, because intensity looks like action. If something feels dramatic, it feels like it is working. This is a time when a doctor can arrive with a bag that clinks ominously, and everyone relaxes, not because they trust the outcomes, but because at least someone is doing something. You know that feeling when your phone freezes and you start tapping the screen harder? Like the phone will respect you more if you show dominance. That is basically 1700s medicine. You step closer to the table and notice the household's little health corner. A few small jars, maybe a tin of salve, maybe dried herbs tied in bundles, and a bottle of something dark that looks like it could strip paint. You do not have a pharmacy down the road unless you live in a larger town. In many places, remedies are stored at home, traded between neighbors, or purchased from an apothecary if you are lucky enough to be near one. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you here. During the 1700s, many colonists rely heavily on home remedies and local healers because formally trained physicians are relatively scarce outside bigger towns, and medical care is often expensive. So a lot of what happens medically begins in kitchens and bedrooms, not clinics. The hearth is the center of the home and, in a way, the first clinic. Someone warms cloths to place on a chest. Someone simmers herbs into a tea. Someone mixes fat and plant matter into a salve. The idea is to soothe, to draw out, to rebalance. People talk about the body as something that can drift out of order. If you are too hot, you cool. If you're too cold, you warm. If you are clogged, you purge. If you are weak, you strengthen. It is a whole worldview where the body is like a farm field. You manage it, you drain it, you rotate the crops. And if that metaphor makes you sleepy, good, that is the point. Still, beneath the soothing rituals, there is always the fear. Because you have seen how quickly someone can go from upright to gone. In this century, childhood is especially fragile, and epidemics sweep through towns like rumors with teeth. A cough in the next house can turn into a funeral down the lane. And you do not have the modern safety net of antibiotics, vaccines for most diseases, or a clear understanding of germs. You have observation, tradition, and a community that shares advice the way people share recipes, with confidence, with passion, with no chill whatsoever. You hear footsteps outside, and your body tenses. Visitors at night can mean news, trouble, or someone seeking help. The door opens and cold air spills in, and with it comes a neighbor holding a lantern. Their face is tight with worry. Someone in their household is sick. The sickbed is like a magnet in this world, pulling people into it. You do not just feel unwell privately. Illness is social. It becomes everybody's problem, everybody's responsibility, everybody's conversation topic. If the neighbor says fever, you can practically hear everyone mentally flipping through their internal book of remedies. You follow them through the dark. The night is thick and quiet, except for the crunch of frost underfoot. Houses sit like dim ships on a black sea, each with a small glow of firelight in the windows. And as you walk, you feel how medicine here is shaped by distance. Distance from trained doctors, distance from supplies, distance from certainty. If you're in a coastal city like Philadelphia or Boston, you might find more practitioners and more imported medicines. If you are on the frontier, you make do. The land itself becomes your medicine cabinet, and your neighbors become your medical network. Inside the neighbor's home, the sick person lies under blankets, eyes glassy, skin shining with sweat. The room smells like wood smoke and something sour, like fear has an odor. Someone has already tried to help. A bowl sits on a stool, maybe for vomiting, maybe for holding water, maybe for catching whatever they hope to draw out. You see a cloth on the forehead. You see a cup of tea. You see hands hovering, not sure what to do next. And here comes the scholarly fog. Historians still argue whether the most important medical system in 1700s America is the formal one practiced by physicians, or the informal one lived daily in households, especially led by women and community healers. Because if you define medicine as what actually touches people most often, it is not always the man with a diploma. It is the person who knows what to boil, what to rub, what to pray, and when to send for help. You learn a quirky tidbit as someone fusses with the bedding. People sometimes keep odd little objects in their medicine chests or near sick beds, not just herbs and ointments, but things that feel protective. An amulet, a charm, a written verse, a lucky item. Not everyone does it, but enough do that it becomes part of the texture of care. You might roll your eyes, but then the fire pops and the shadows jump, and suddenly you understand why people like having something, anything, that feels like a shield. A decision hangs in the air. Do you send for a doctor? Sending for a doctor is not as simple as dialing a number. It means paying, waiting, traveling, and hoping the doctor is competent. Competence varies. Some physicians are thoughtful observers. Some are walking confidence machines with questionable results. And you do not get Yelp reviews, unless you count the neighbor who says, "He cured my uncle," and quietly leaves out the part where the uncle died anyway. Joke 1. Soft and sleepy. In the 1700s, the customer service line is just your aunt loudly narrating everything at church. They decide to send someone. A young man pulls on his coat and steps into the night. Meanwhile, you stay, because waiting is part of medicine too. The sick person moans softly, and someone whispers a prayer. Faith is not separate from healing here. It is woven through it. People ask God for mercy. They also apply salves. They also argue about which tea works best. Spiritual comfort and physical intervention sit side by side, not as enemies, but as roommates, like everything else in this era. Time stretches. The fire burns down and is fed again. The sick person drifts in and out of sleep. You notice how the caregivers move. Quiet, repetitive, gentle, checking the forehead, offering water, changing cloths, speaking in low tones. There is an instinctual nursing skill in these motions, and it is real medicine even if it is not written in Latin. You can feel your own throat itch, and you swallow, suddenly aware of how close you are to the same fate. Joke 2. You're trying not to breathe too deeply, like you can politely decline germs by being respectful. Spoiler, the germs do not respect you back. At last, the doctor arrives, breath steaming in the cold, bag in hand. He has the air of a man who has seen this before, which is both reassuring and alarming. He asks questions, he looks at the tongue, he feels the pulse. He squints like that alone might fix it.
Your pulse is quite faint.
Then he begins to talk about imbalance, about what must be done, and you feel the room lean toward him, not because everyone fully trusts him, but because authority is comforting when you are scared. And even before he opens his bag, you understand the core feeling of 1700s medicine. It is a world where people are trying earnestly to keep each other alive with the tools and ideas they have. Some of those ideas are wrong. Some are surprisingly clever. Some are both. The fire crackles. The sick person sighs, and you stand there in the warm, smoky glow, realizing that tonight, medicine is not a building you visit. It is a desperate, communal choreography around a fragile human body. Joke 3. Barely above a whisper. You look at the doctor's bag and think, if that contains a sore, no thank you. And your body immediately remembers you do not get to unsubscribe from history. The doctor is still in the room, but you are already learning the real lesson. In 1700s America, healing is not a single person. It is a whole crowd, and the crowd does not always agree. The sickbed is a little stage, and everybody has a role, whether they asked for it or not. The doctor clears his throat like he is about to deliver a sermon. The family leans in, and you, being you, try to look useful without accidentally volunteering to hold anything sharp. First, you notice what doctor even means here. In the larger towns, a physician might have studied in Europe or apprenticed under someone reputable. and he might carry himself with the quiet confidence of a man who owns a wig that costs more than your entire winter wardrobe. In rural areas, the doctor might be a local practitioner with some training, some books, and a great deal of improvisation. A mainstream historical fact that anchors this. Much of colonial and early American medical practice is built on apprenticeship rather than formal medical school. And the standardization you expect from modern licensing is just not fully in place. So, doctor can mean anything from careful observer to enthusiastic hazard. But the physician is only one healer on the menu. You look around and start identifying the others, because they are all here. There is the mother, who has already tried half a dozen home remedies and is now holding herself together with sheer will. There is the aunt, who has opinions with the force of weather. There is a neighbor who arrives with a bundle of dried herbs and a look that says, "I have cured this before," even if the only thing she ever cured was her boredom. And there is the midwife, if the patient is a woman, because midwives often serve as general health advisors too, not just birth specialists. The room is a clinic, but it is also a community meeting. You start to understand that medicine here is split into overlapping worlds. One world is the learned, bookish tradition. These practitioners talk about balance, constitution, proper regimen. They might reference classical authorities, and they love the idea that the body can be reasoned with, like a stubborn mule if you pull the right reins. They are often paid in cash when possible, but also in goods, labor, or promises. A chicken for a consultation, a sack of grain for a visit, a few days of carpentry work for a treatment plan that might or might not work. Another world is the surgical one, and it is not always separate. Barber-surgeons still exist in the broader Atlantic world, and in practice, plenty of hands-on procedures are done by whoever has the tools and the nerve. If something needs lancing, setting, cutting, or extracting, you are suddenly very interested in who has steady hands. The scary part is that this world values speed, not because they are rude, but because pain is not optional and anesthesia is not really a thing. You file that away for later, and your stomach does a small anxious flip. Then there is the household world, and it might be the biggest one of all. Care begins at home. It is often women who manage daily health, keep recipes for remedies, and decide when a problem is serious enough to escalate. They know which teas calm a stomach, which poultices soothe swelling, which foods strengthen after illness. They also know who in town is worth calling when things go sideways. Historians still argue whether this domestic medicine should be considered a separate system or simply the foundation of all medical practice in early America. Because for most people, it is not a supplement. It is the front line. As you stand there, someone asks you to fetch water. You do it quickly, because if you have learned anything, it is that you stay busy in the sick room. You come back with a wooden cup, and the doctor is now asking questions about the patient's habits, what they ate, whether they slept, whether they were exposed to cold, whether they have been regular. In this era, bowel movements are a topic that can occupy an entire conversation without anyone blushing, because your insides are treated like a system of roads. And if there is a traffic jam, everyone panics. The doctor's approach feels both familiar and alien. Familiar because he is doing assessment. Alien because the framework is different. You can tell he is thinking in terms of the whole body state, not a specific pathogen. He talks about strengthening, easing, drawing out. It is like he is trying to negotiate with the illness rather than kill it outright. And then you notice someone else in the corner, quiet, observant, not invited to speak much. In many households, especially in the South, that person might be enslaved, and their medical knowledge might be deep, practical, and often ignored in public while being relied upon in private. This is the uncomfortable truth. Enslaved people are frequently forced into caregiving roles, and their expertise in herbs, treatments, and nursing can be essential to plantation households, even as they themselves receive inadequate care and are treated as property. That is a mainstream historical reality, and it sits in the room like an extra shadow. A quirky tidbit slips in through the conversation as the aunt rummages for supplies. People in this era sometimes keep receipt books, handwritten household collections of recipes for foods, remedies, and other practical instructions. A single book can hold directions for cough syrup right next to instructions for ink, soap, or preserving apples. It is like Pinterest, but with more lard and fewer aesthetic fonts. And yes, it means the same person who taught you how to pickle cucumbers might also be the one recommending a mercury-based purge. Sleep tight. The doctor finally opens his bag. You hear the soft clink of glass and metal. It is not a modern stethoscope and clipboard vibe. It is more like a traveling magician who only does one trick, and it is remove fluids. He pulls out a small instrument, examines it, and you instantly decide you would like to be anywhere else. Joke 1. Your soul tries to exit your body early just to avoid what is coming. But the door is stuck because colonial construction before anything dramatic happens. Though there is debate. The family asks what he thinks. The doctor offers a plan. The aunt counters with something she heard from someone's cousin's husband's shipmate. The neighbor suggests an herb infusion. The mother looks between them like she is watching a tug-of-war over her loved one's life. And you realize something important. Medical authority is negotiated. A doctor may have status, but he is not a god. People choose, bargain, resist, comply, and supplement. They might follow his directions and also slip in their own treatments when he is gone, like a secret side quest. In some places, religious leaders also influence care. Ministers might counsel prayer, fasting, or moral reflection. And while they are not doctors, their words shape how families interpret sickness. Is it a test, a punishment, a trial to endure? That interpretation matters, because it affects decisions. If you believe illness is tied to moral order, you might accept harsh treatment as necessary cleansing. If you believe it is environmental, you might focus on air, cleanliness, and avoiding certain places. The belief system is part of the therapy. Now the doctor starts to examine the patient more closely. He checks the pulse again, watches the breathing, asks about pain. He may look at urine if offered, because bodily fluids are considered full of clues. You can feel your modern brain trying to map this onto lab tests, and you have to stop yourself. Here, observation is the lab. Smell, taste, color, texture. It is intimate. It is weird. It is normal. He decides on a mild intervention first. Something to encourage sweating, perhaps, or a warming draft. The family relaxes slightly, because mild feels like mercy. You see how even in a world of harsh treatments, people still calibrate. They do not always go straight to the most extreme option. They try steps. They hope. But there is another tension. Money. The doctor's time costs. The ingredients cost. The family's labor is disrupted by caregiving. If the sick person is the one who brings in food or income, the household is under threat even if the illness is not fatal. The sick bed is not just a health crisis. It is an economic crisis. You watch the mother glance toward the pantry and then back to the patient, as if doing calculations in her head. How many days can they afford this? Historians still argue whether the growth of medical professionalism in the late 1700s and early 1800s is driven more by improved knowledge or by social forces like class, urbanization, and the desire of elite practitioners to separate themselves from irregular healers. Because right now, in this room, you can see the competition. You can feel it. Who gets to claim authority over the body? Who gets paid? Who gets trusted? The doctor leaves instructions and prepares to go because he cannot linger all night. The household will continue the care. And as he steps toward the door, the neighbor presses one more suggestion into the mother's hand, something wrapped in cloth. The mother nods, pockets it, and thanks her. You cannot tell if it is a harmless herb blend or something potent and risky. That is the thing about medicine here. The line between remedy and poison is thin, and dosage is often guesswork. Outside, you walk with the doctor for a moment, because your feet have that restless energy of someone who has seen too much worry and needs air. The night is cold enough to make your eyes water. The doctor speaks casually, almost wearily, about how many fevers he has seen. He's not a villain. He is a man trying to practice in a world where knowledge is incomplete and suffering is constant. You find yourself feeling a strange sympathy, even as your modern instincts scream at some of his methods. Joke 2. You want to ask him, have you tried turning the patient off and on again? But you suspect he would actually consider it and write it down. You return to the house. The sick person sleeps. The family settles into that long vigil. You sit near the hearth again and listen to the quiet sounds. The fire, the breathing, the occasional creak of wood, and you realize, very gently, that the most common healer in 1700s America is not the physician or the surgeon or the apothecary. It is the caregiver. It is the person who stays. It is the person who notices small changes, who brings water, who keeps the sick warm, who watches through the night. And while the medical theories of the era might be wrong in major ways, the human instinct to care is not wrong at all. It is the one treatment that always shows up, even when the rest fails. Joke 3. Soft as a yawn. You think, at least the bedside manner is good. And then you remember the bedside is literally a plank with straw. So yes, manner is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Morning arrives like a reluctant apology. The fire is lower, the room is grey with early light, and you have that stiff, half-slept feeling from sitting too long near the hearth. The sick person is still breathing, which in this era counts as a pretty decent update. Someone murmurs thanks. Someone rubs their eyes, and you can sense the household doing that quiet recalibration. We made it through the night. Now what does the day demand? This is where the theory creeps in. Because even if care is mostly hands and warmth and watching, the way people explain sickness shapes what they do next. In the 1700s, the dominant medical worldview is still heavily influenced by the old humoral tradition. The idea that health comes from balance in the body and disease comes from imbalance. It is not the only framework people use, but it is the one that trained practitioners tend to speak in, and it trickles down into everyday language. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. Many physicians in colonial America are educated in or influenced by European medical traditions, including humoral concepts and related evacuative therapies like purging, sweating, and bleeding. So when you hear the doctor say balance, he is not being poetic. He is describing what he thinks is physically happening. You watch the mother consult the doctor's instructions again. The words are a mix of practical and symbolic. Keep the patient warm but not too warm. Encourage a sweat. Offer thin broth. Avoid rich foods. It sounds like common sense until you remember it is attached to a whole invisible system of beliefs. Heat, cold, moisture, dryness. The body is treated like a little climate. If you run too hot, you need cooling. If you are too moist, you need drying. If you are too sluggish, you need stimulation. Your modern brain tries to map it onto inflammation and hydration, but the mapping is imperfect, like trying to translate a dream into a spreadsheet. Then there is the air. Ah, yes, the air. The 1700s are obsessed with air in the same way modern people are obsessed with germs, except they do not quite have the right villain. Bad air, or miasma, is a major suspect in many illnesses. If the town has a swampy edge, people eye it like it is plotting. If the summer is hot and the streets stink, everyone braces. The belief is that foul smells and stagnant environments produce unhealthy vapors that enter the body and corrupt it. You can feel how logical it seems when you live in a world where sewage, animal waste, smoke, and rotting food are common features of daily life. In that setting, stink really does correlate with danger, even if the mechanism is not what they think. The doctor returns briefly to check the patient. He sniff-tests the room like a man judging soup. He frowns at the closed shutters and suggests more fresh air. Someone looks offended because opening the shutters means cold drafts, and drafts are also considered dangerous. The household is stuck between two fears, the fear of stale air and the fear of chill. Historians still argue whether miasma theory, despite being wrong about germs, sometimes led to helpful public health behaviors like improving ventilation and sanitation, or whether it mostly misdirected efforts away from the true causes of contagion. You can see both possibilities right here in this one room. The patient stirs, and everyone leans in. They ask how he feels. He says he feels heavy, like his body is full of wet sand. The doctor nods. Like that fits. In the humoral mindset, heaviness can signal sluggishness, congestion, too much phlegm or other excess. The doctor talks about helping the body throw off the illness. That phrase is important. Treatment is often aimed at assisting the body's own effort to expel what is wrong, rather than targeting a specific microbe. The body is a furnace, a river, a set of pipes. You help it flush, sweat, drain. You sit back and watch the household quietly reorganize itself around this logic. Someone moves the chamber pot away from the bed, then back again, because the patient might need it soon if the treatment encourages evacuation. Someone warms water. Someone measures out herbs. Everyone's movements are shaped by expectations. If you do this, the body will respond in a certain way. It is a choreography built on belief, and belief is powerful. Not magical power, not in the sense of curing infections with wishes, but psychological and social power. When everyone agrees on what sickness means, care becomes coordinated. When everyone disagrees, care becomes a tug of war. You can feel how a shared story about illness can calm people. It gives them handles to grab. But there is also a darker side to these stories. If sickness is imbalance, it can be blamed on personal behavior, too much rich food, too much drink, too much passion, too much laziness, too much everything. It is easy, in this worldview, to moralize the body. Even when people are compassionate, the language can slide into judgment. You hear someone whisper that the patient has been overworking or keeping late nights. It sounds mild, but it plants a seed. Maybe he brought this on himself. In 1700s America, where religion and daily life are tightly linked in many communities, that seed can grow into guilt. Now the doctor mentions something else that makes your ears perk up. The patient's constitution. In humoral thinking, each person has a natural temperament, a baseline mixture of qualities. Some are naturally hot and dry. Some are cold and moist. Treatments can be tailored accordingly. It is individualized medicine in a strange, old-fashioned way. The doctor might say this patient is prone to melancholy or biliousness. These terms are both emotional and physical. Because the boundary between mind and body is fuzzy, you do not just have sadness. You have a bodily state that produces sadness. A quirky tidbit drifts into conversation when the aunt mentions the moon. She swears certain ailments worsen at certain lunar phases, and she says it like she is talking about tides. Not every household buys this, but enough people do that lunar timing becomes part of folk practice. Bleeding at the wrong time, planting herbs at the wrong time, ignoring the moon's influence. It all feels risky to her. You, modern creature, might smirk. Then you remember that even today, people time workouts by astrology and swear their Mercury retrograde made them lose their keys. So yes, humanity has always been like this. Joke 1. The only difference is that in the 1700s, you cannot tweet about it. You have to say it directly to someone's face, which is frankly more terrifying. The doctor, to his credit, does not argue with the aunt too harshly. He chooses his battles. He speaks in his own terms: air, balance, evacuations. He talks about putrid fevers, about internal heat. He is trying to classify what he sees because classification feels like control. And while modern germ theory is far in the future, you can sense the early stirrings of clinical observation. He watches patterns. He notes symptoms. He compares this case to others. It is not nothing. The patient's fever seems a little lower. The mother offers thin broth. The patient drinks, grimaces, and swallows. You watch the broth slide from spoon to lips and realize that food is also medicine here, not in the eat kale and manifest wellness way, but in the literal sense of managing strength and digestion as a part of recovery. Heavy meals are feared during illness because they might overburden the system. Light foods are preferred: broths, gruels, teas, warmth and simplicity. Outside, you hear the day begin: a cartwheel, a rooster, someone chopping wood. Life continues, indifferent. That is another piece of medicine. There is always work. People cannot pause existence for illness. Care happens in the gaps between survival tasks. Someone has to fetch water. Someone has to feed animals. Someone has to keep the fire going. The sick person's body is fighting, but the household is also fighting, trying to keep itself together. Historians still argue whether the persistence of humoral ideas into the late 1700s is mostly due to stubborn tradition, or because, in a world without modern diagnostics, the humoral framework offers a coherent way to interpret a wide range of symptoms. And standing here, you can see why it lasts. It is flexible. It can explain almost anything. That flexibility is its strength and its weakness. It can guide care gently sometimes, but it can also justify harsh interventions when things go wrong. The doctor leaves again, promising to return. The household is left with instructions and anxiety, and you are left with a new awareness. Medicine is not just what is done to the body. It is the story people tell about the body. It is the invisible map that tells them which direction to walk when they are frightened. You step outside for a moment, letting cold air bite your cheeks. You look at the town, the fields, the distant woods. You think about all the places bad air might be hiding: swamps, stagnant ponds, rotting piles of leaves. You can almost see fear drifting like fog. Joke 2. You catch yourself holding your breath near a muddy patch, like the mud is going to leap up and whisper, "I am the miasma," and you are going to have to pretend you did not hear it. Back inside, the patient sleeps again. The mother sits near him, exhausted but steady. You sit too, feeling the warmth of the hearth on your shins. The day will demand more decisions, and some of them will be harsher. But for now, there is a fragile calm, the theory of balance, the dread of air, the rituals of warmth and broth. They all swirl together into something that feels like medicine, even if you know the science is incomplete. And as your eyelids grow heavier in the firelight, you realize the scariest thing is not that they do not know about bacteria. The scariest thing is that they still have to act. They still have to choose. And in a world where certainty is rare, action becomes faith. Joke 3. Very soft. You think, at least the air is free. And then you remember they're terrified of it. So yes, even the free stuff comes with a price. The calm does not last. Because in 1700s medicine, calm is often just the pause before somebody decides to do something memorable. The sick person wakes again, and this time the fever has that stubborn edge, like it is planting its flag. The mother's face tightens. The aunt starts pacing. The neighbor crosses herself or mutters a quick prayer, depending on where you are and what your household does when fear shows up uninvited. And you can feel the room drifting toward the big three, the sacred trio of "we are serious now" treatments. Bleed, blister, purge. If you are modern, your whole body wants to back away from those words. You want to say, "Have you tried not doing that?" But you are not the one holding the authority here. And the frightening thing is, within the medical worldview of the time, these treatments make sense. They are not random cruelty. They are a logical response to the belief that disease is caused by excess, imbalance, or corrupted fluids. If you think the body is overloaded, you relieve it. If you think something harmful is inside, you drive it out. A mainstream historical fact to ground you. Bloodletting and purging are widely used in the 1700s by many European and American practitioners, especially for fevers and inflammatory conditions, because they are believed to reduce dangerous fullness in the body and restore balance. The therapies are supported by long tradition, big-name medical authorities of the time, and a whole cultural sense that evacuation equals cleansing. You watch the doctor return and assess the patient again. He presses fingers to wrist, looks at the eyes, asks about thirst, listens to coughing, and then, after a short silence, he decides the body needs help, lowering the heat. That is the kind phrase. The blunt phrase would be, "He's thinking about bleeding." The instruments come out, a bowl, a bandage or strap to tie the arm, a lancet, small and sharp. The room shifts. Everyone suddenly speaks more quietly, like loud voices might make the blood behave unpredictably. The patient looks afraid, but also resigned. You realize that the fear is not only of pain, it is also of what the blood represents. Blood is life. Blood is vitality. Blood is identity. And yet, here, blood is also treated like a lever you can pull, a knob you can turn down when the system is overheating. The doctor ties off the arm above the elbow. Veins swell. He cleans the skin in whatever way seems appropriate to him, which in this era might be minimal. He positions the lancet. You, meanwhile, try not to faint, because fainting would make you the new patient, and absolutely nobody has time for your delicate modern constitution right now. The cut is quick. The blood begins to flow. The bowl catches it, dark and warm, and you can feel the room watching it like it is the truth pouring out. People look for signs. Is it too thick, too thin, too dark, too bright? The doctor might comment on its quality as if it is wine. That is not just theatrics. It is diagnostic in their terms. They believe the blood can show the state of the illness. Joke 1, whispered in your mind. You spend your whole life being told to drink more water. And the moment you finally show up, hydrated, some guy in a wig decides you have too much fluid and starts removing it. When the doctor is satisfied, he binds the arm. The patient looks paler. Sometimes patients report feeling relief after bleeding, especially if they were extremely uncomfortable, or if the act of resting during the procedure calms them, or if the placebo effect is strong. Sometimes they feel weaker and worse. In severe illnesses, blood loss can push a person closer to collapse. The risk is real. Historians still argue how often bloodletting actually harmed versus helped in various contexts, because some conditions might temporarily improve with reduced blood volume or lowered blood pressure, while infections and dehydration can become more dangerous when you take blood away. You can almost feel that debate alive in the room, not as an academic argument, but as the tightness in everyone's shoulders. Did we just do the right thing? Or did we steal strength from someone who cannot afford to lose it? Now, blistering. If bleeding is about draining, blistering is about drawing. The idea is that you can pull illness toward the surface or divert it from deeper organs by creating irritation on the skin. The tool for this is often a blistering agent, like cantharides, derived from blister beetles, mixed into a plaster and applied to the skin. It can raise painful blisters. The theory is that by creating a controlled injury, you provoke a healing response or redirect harmful humors. It sounds barbaric, but within the logic of the era, it is a purposeful strategy. The doctor suggests a blister on the patient's back or chest, depending on symptoms. The household hesitates. Blisters are painful and messy. But the fever is stubborn. The mother nods. Because when you are scared, you are willing to do almost anything that carries the stamp of "this might help." Someone fetches the materials. The plaster is applied. The patient winces. You watch and feel your skin tighten in sympathy. This is the moment you realize how much 1700s medicine relies on the visible. A blister is visible. Blood in a bowl is visible. Vomit and stool are visible. These therapies produce something you can point to. You can say, "Look, the illness is coming out." In a world with no lab reports, no imaging scans, no microscopic confirmation, visibility is reassurance. And then, purging. Purging is the grand exit strategy. If the illness is inside, you send it out the front door or the back door, preferably at speed. Purges can be gentle, like certain herbal laxatives, or they can be harsh, using substances like calomel, a mercury compound, or antimony-based preparations. Depending on the practitioner and the situation, the goal is to evacuate the bowels, sometimes repeatedly, until the physician is satisfied the body has been cleansed. The patient is offered a draught. It smells bitter. He drinks because refusing would feel like refusing hope itself. Not long after, the stomach turns. The body reacts. The household scrambles to help. Someone brings the pot. Someone holds a cloth. Someone murmurs, "Comfort," and you are there, awkwardly present, thinking about how the human body is the most fragile, heroic machine ever built, and also the grossest. Joke 2. You suddenly understand why the 1700s do not have scented candles. They would just surrender immediately. There is an odd tenderness in the midst of this brutality. People do not want the patient to suffer. They just believe suffering can be a pathway to healing. Pain is not automatically a sign of failure. Pain can be interpreted as the medicine working. And that belief matters. It can sustain someone through an ordeal. It can also trap them in a cycle of escalating interventions. A quirky tidbit slips into your awareness as the aunt whispers about worms. Many people in this era attribute various symptoms, especially in children, to internal worms. Sometimes they are right because parasites are common. Sometimes they are wrong. But the idea becomes a catch-all explanation for irritability, stomach issues, and even odd behavior. Anti-worm remedies circulate widely, and purging is often part of that. The concept of hidden creatures inside you becomes another way to make sense of mysterious suffering. You, modern listener, might shudder, and then remember how often you have blamed your mood on hormones without specifying which ones. Humans love an invisible culprit. As the day goes on, the patient is exhausted. The fever wavers. The doctor visits again, checks the blister site, asks about stools, examines the pulse. He seems satisfied that the body has been opened, that it is responding. The household is emotionally drained but clings to any sign that the worst is passing. Historians still argue whether the dramatic nature of these therapies made them socially and psychologically compelling, even when their physiological impact was harmful, because they matched a cultural expectation that serious illness requires serious action. And sitting here, you can see how action becomes comfort. Doing something feels better than doing nothing. Even if the something is terrifying, night returns. The room is quieter now, not because danger is gone, but because everyone is too tired to make noise. The patient sleeps in broken stretches. The blister rakes. The arm is bandaged. The stomach is empty. The caregivers trade places like sentries, each taking a turn at the bedside. You sit near the hearth again, and you feel the strange intimacy of this era's medicine. It is physical. It is close. It is messy. It is communal. No one pretends illness is tidy. No one pretends it is private. And while your modern instincts recoil, another part of you recognizes something. People here are not indifferent. They are desperate. Yes, they are misinformed in key ways. Yes. But they are also attentive. They watch. They adjust. They stay. Joke 3, drowsy and gentle. You think, at least they are really committed to detox culture, and then you immediately regret thinking that, because the word detox suddenly feels like a threat instead of a wellness trend. The fire crackles low. Outside, the wind moves through bare branches like whispering. Inside, the patient breathes, and everyone listens to that sound as if it is the only thing that matters. In 1700s America, medicine is often about subtraction. Take blood, take fluids, take heat, take excess away. And tonight, as you sink into the rhythm of the vigil, you start to suspect that the next sections of this journey will be about what else they take, what they give, and what they gamble. Every time someone gets sick, by the next morning, the sick room smells like old smoke, sweat, and that faint medicinal bitterness that clings to wooden cups no matter how many times you rinse them. The patient is alive, which keeps everyone moving, but he is thinner in spirit and color. You glance at the bandaged arm, the blistered patch under the cloth, and you think, if medicine is supposed to restore you, why does it look like it is trying to sand you down into a simpler shape? And that brings you to the next thing you cannot ignore in 1700s America. The medicine chest, not the cute modern kind with cartoon bandages and a tiny thermometer. This is a box of wonders and warnings, a little wooden shrine to both hope and hazard. You open it, and the first sensation is sound. Bottles clink, dried roots rattle, powders whisper in paper packets. It is like a maraca made of questionable decisions, a mainstream historical fact to ground you. Many households keep a small supply of remedies, and apothecaries or merchants sell medicines that include both plant-based preparations and potent mineral or chemical substances like mercury compounds. antimony, and opium-derived laudanum. The line between medicine and poison is not a bright line. It is a smudged one, and it depends on dose, context, and luck. You lift a small bottle and tilt it. The liquid inside is dark, almost black, and it moves slowly. Someone says laudanum in a voice that is both reverent and cautious. Laudanum is an opium tincture, commonly used for pain, cough, diarrhea, and sleeplessness. It can calm suffering in a way that feels almost miraculous, which is exactly why it is dangerous. In the wrong dose, it can sedate too much. In repeated use, it can lead to dependence. But right now, in this room, when someone is moaning in pain and you have limited tools, laudanum can seem like mercy in a bottle. Next, a little paper packet of powder. The doctor might call it calomel, a mercury chloride compound used as a purgative. Mercury is one of those substances that keeps showing up in early modern medicine like an uninvited guest who will not stop talking. It is used for various conditions, including syphilis, and as a general alterative, meant to change the body's state. People know it is strong. They might not understand its long-term toxicity, but they respect its power. The phrase strong medicine in this world is not a compliment. It is a warning label. You find a jar of ointment, greasy and herbal. Maybe it is a salve for wounds, mixed from animal fat and plants. Those kinds of preparations can actually be helpful for keeping skin from cracking, soothing minor injuries, and creating a protective barrier. The best of 1700s medicine often lives here, in the simple stuff: warmth, hydration, rest, basic wound care, herbs with mild effects. But the medicine chest is not only gentle. It is a cabinet where soothing sits beside the truly aggressive. Someone pulls out a vial and says antimony. Antimony compounds are used as emetics, to induce vomiting, or in other preparations. The idea is to cleanse the body, to provoke a response, to force the illness to exit. The body becomes a house, and medicine becomes eviction. You cannot help but picture tiny illnesses being carried out with their little suitcases. Grumbling. Joke 1. You would pay good money to see that. But in the 1700s, you already are, and it is your own body paying the price. The doctor leafs through his mental catalogue and asks what else is on hand. There might be Peruvian bark, also known as cinchona, used to treat fevers, especially intermittent fevers like malaria. This is one of the more effective remedies of the era, because cinchona contains quinine, though they do not know the chemical yet. It arrives through global trade and colonial networks, and it becomes prized. It is expensive sometimes, and adulteration is a problem. People might complain that the bark they bought is weak or fake, which is a very old version of "this supplement does nothing." If you live near marshy areas where intermittent fevers are common, the bark can feel like the difference between a seasonal misery and a survivable life. Historians still argue about how quickly certain effective remedies like cinchona are adopted and trusted compared to entrenched practices like bleeding, because evidence in this era is messy. Some doctors swear by the bark, others distrust it. Others use it but still insist on evacuations first. The medical marketplace is full of competing claims, and you, as the patient, are caught in the middle, trying to decide which confidence you buy. You also see plants: dried peppermint, chamomile, sage, horehound, maybe foxglove in some circles later, though its use becomes more formalized toward the end of the century in Europe. There are purgative plants too: senna, jalap, rhubarb. Some of these have real pharmacological effects. Some are mild. Some can be harsh. The household knows which ones upset the stomach and which ones settle it. at least by reputation. A quirky tidbit comes from the neighbor, who swears by a toothache remedy that involves putting a bit of tobacco or a clove-like spice near the sore area. Clove oil and tobacco can numb in small ways, but the improvisation is endless. People will pack things into aching teeth, rub gums with strong spirits, or place warm compresses. Dental pain is so common that the medicine chest often contains something specifically aimed at it, because if you have ever had a toothache, you know it can make you forget your own name. The doctor asks for a clean spoon and begins measuring powders, and now you see another major feature of the era. Dosing is approximate. They have weights and measures, yes, but consistency varies. The strength of an herb can vary. The purity of a mineral compound can vary. The accuracy of the spoon can vary. The doctor's own habits matter. Some are conservative, some are bold, in a world where a patient can die from illness or from treatment. Bold is not always the vibe you want. The patient is offered a small dose of something meant to ease pain and help rest, perhaps a bit of laudanum. The household watches closely, because relief looks like a blessing. The patient's face softens, the breath steadies, and everyone exhales like they have been holding their lungs hostage. It is hard to describe how precious sleep is in sickness, especially in an era without modern pain management. You begin to understand why certain drugs gain such devotion. They deliver comfort in a world that has little. Joke 2. You realize this medicine chest is basically the early version of, "I found this in my drawer. It might help." Except the drawer contains mercury. Outside, the day moves on. Someone still has to work. Someone still has to cook. The sick person is not the only one being tested. And the medicine chest is used not only for serious illness, but for daily aches, digestive troubles, menstrual discomfort, insect bites, minor wounds. It is an everyday companion. The body in the 1700s is constantly negotiating with its environment. And that negotiation requires tools. The doctor gives more instructions: thin broth, rest, careful ventilation, perhaps a mild purge if the bowels have not moved, perhaps bark if the fever has a certain pattern, and the household listens. But you can tell they are also thinking, what can we actually do? What do we have? What can we afford? Historians still argue whether the medical marketplace of early America, with its mix of physicians, apothecaries, folk healers, and imported patent medicines, created more harm through misinformation or more benefit through access and experimentation. Because yes, there is harm, there are frauds, there are dangerous concoctions, but there is also availability. People can try things. They can share knowledge. They can adapt. As evening comes, the mother closes the medicine chest again. The sound of the latch is oddly comforting. It is like closing a door on chaos, even though chaos is still in the room. You sit by the hearth and let the crackle of the fire carry you. The patient sleeps in longer stretches now, and the household's posture loosens, just a little. You watch the caregivers take turns, and you notice how they handle the bottles and powders with a blend of reverence and caution. They do not have endless supplies. They do not have certainty. They have small containers of possibility. And in the quiet, you realize something that will keep echoing through this whole journey. Medicine in 1700s America is not just a set of treatments. It is a relationship with risk. Every jar in that chest is a gamble, weighted by tradition, rumor, observation, and need. It is people trying to bargain with a world that does not bargain back. Joke 3. Soft as you drift. You tell yourself, at least the labels are clear. And then you remember half the bottles are literally just brown liquid. So congratulations. You're about to drink mystery. The latch of the medicine chest clicks shut, and for a moment it feels like you have contained the danger. Like you can put illness back in a box the way you put away winter clothes. But then the patient coughs, the sound rough and persistent, and you remember, the box is not the medicine. The people are the mixing, the measuring, the guessing, the arguing, the bargaining. All of that is the real engine of healing here. Today, you're walking into the world where those jars and powders become actual doses. The world of apothecaries and do-it-yourself dosing, where pharmacy is a counter in a shop that might also sell soap, spices, nails, and maybe a very suspicious wig comb. A mainstream historical fact to ground you. In 1700s America, apothecaries and general merchants commonly dispense medicines, and many families prepare remedies themselves using household recipe books, imported drugs, and locally gathered herbs. The boundaries between professional and domestic medicine are blurry. A physician might prescribe, but someone else often compounds and administers. You step into a small shop in town, and the smell hits you first. It is sharp, herbal, and a little metallic, like dried plants arguing with minerals. Shelves line the walls, jars of roots, bundles of bark, bottles of tinctures, little drawers labeled in careful handwriting. The apothecary stands behind the counter, sleeves rolled, hands stained faintly with something that could be ink or could be the residue of 10 different substances you do not want on your tongue. He greets you like a man who has seen every kind of desperation. Not dramatic, not unkind, just steady. You hand him a note from the doctor, or you repeat instructions from memory, because notes get lost and memories get creative. The apothecary listens, nods, and begins pulling items from shelves with practiced speed. And then you see the big issue. Precision is relative. He measures powders on a small scale, but the weights are not standardized the way you imagine. He pours liquids with careful eyes. But droppers and graduated cylinders are not the universal tools. He uses experience. He uses feel. He uses that looks about right. If you are used to milligrams and exact dosing, this feels like watching someone bake a cake without measuring cups. Except the cake is going inside a feverish human who might not survive. Joke 1. You suddenly miss the instructions on modern cough syrup that say, do not exceed 4 doses. Because in this shop, the instructions are basically good luck and maybe pray. The apothecary grinds something in a mortar and pestle. The rhythmic scrape is oddly soothing, like a lullaby made of rocks. He mixes the powder with syrup or honey to make it palatable. He adds a bitter tincture. He stirs. He pours it into a bottle. Then he seals it with wax or a stopper and ties it with string. You ask, as casually as you can, how long it will keep. He shrugs. Because keeping is a flexible concept. Some medicines spoil. Some evaporate. Some grow mold. Some lose potency. But the expectation is that you will use it soon. Illness moves fast. Treatments are immediate. Nobody is stockpiling for next year's cold season like a modern parent hoarding children's acetaminophen like it is gold. When you pay, you realize medicine is also commerce. In port cities, global trade brings in drugs from across the Atlantic world, cinchona bark, opium, spices, resins, but the supply chain is messy. Quality varies. Adulteration is common. People complain about fake ingredients or diluted preparations. This is not paranoia. It is a real problem in a market where regulation is limited and profit is tempting. Historians still argue how much the early medical marketplace helped spread useful drugs versus how much it amplified quackery, because both are true at once. Access to imported remedies can save lives, but the same networks also carry patent medicines with grand claims and secret formulas. In a world hungry for cures, Secrecy becomes a selling point. You leave the shop with a bottle wrapped in cloth, and now the responsibility lands back in the household. The doctor might have prescribed it. The apothecary compounded it. But you are the one who has to give it, dose it, and decide what to do if the patient reacts badly. This is where domestic medicine becomes intensely practical. There is no nurse call button. There is you, a spoon, and a fragile person in a bed. Back at the house, the mother warms the bottle in her hands. She pours a little into a spoon. The patient grimaces at the smell. The mother encourages him gently, like she is coaxing a child to eat vegetables. He swallows. Everyone watches his face like it is a weather report. Does he gag? Does he calm? Does he cough less? Is his breathing easier? These micro-reactions become evidence, because evidence is something you create with your eyes and memory. A quirky tidbit comes from the way the household tracks time, without modern clocks in every room. Dosing schedules are often tied to daily rhythms, morning, midday, evening, night, or to prayers, or to meals, or to the sun's position. You might be told to give a dose every 4 hours, but in practice it becomes when the light changes, or when the kettle boils again. It is not sloppy, exactly. It is human. It is timekeeping by life, not by device. The patient dozes, and you begin to understand another part of this era's medicine. It is experimental at the household level. People try combinations. They adjust. They add a tea their grandmother swore by. They reduce a dose if it seems too strong. They stretch it out if supplies are low. They are constantly balancing risk and resources. And when things go wrong, they improvise again. The patient wakes with nausea. The mother worries. Is it the medicine? Is it the illness? Is it too much? The doctor's note says it might upset the stomach at first, but the note does not have the patient's exact body in mind. So they decide to dilute it. A little water, a little honey. A smaller spoonful next time. This is not modern clinical protocol, but it is adaptive reasoning. It is caregiving intelligence in the absence of certainty. Joke 2. You watch them dilute the bitter medicine and think, congratulations. You just invented the first ever just mix it with juice parenting hack. Except the juice is probably fermented cider. You also notice how the household uses taste as a diagnostic tool. Bitter is often associated with strength and efficacy. Sweet is comforting, but sometimes distrusted as weak. Hot spices feel like they drive out cold. Cooling herbs feel like they lower heat. People interpret sensations as signals. If a medicine burns, it feels active. If it stings, it feels like it is fighting. Sometimes that correlates with real pharmacology. Sometimes it is pure psychological theater. Meanwhile, the apothecary's role extends beyond selling. In many places, he is a source of advice. People describe symptoms at the counter. He suggests remedies. He might even perform minor medical services. The shop becomes a crossroads where knowledge circulates, and not all of that knowledge is good. But it is shared, and it is accessible, and that matters in a world with limited options. The patient's cough eases slightly by afternoon. It is subtle, but the mother notices. She says it out loud. Like speaking, it will make it true. Hope in this era is not a quiet feeling. It is an active tool. It keeps people working. It keeps them from collapsing. Historians still argue whether the effectiveness of many household remedies is primarily due to the remedies themselves or due to the supportive care that accompanies them. Because rest, hydration, warmth, and attentive nursing can change outcomes even without targeted drugs. Watching the mother hold the patient's hand and offer sips of water, you feel that argument. The medicine bottle is important, but the human presence is constant. As evening approaches, you return to the apothecary shop briefly to get more supplies. You see someone else at the counter asking for something for the flux, another for agu, another for worms. The apothecary listens with the same steady patience. He is not just selling. He is translating suffering into substances. You realize the whole town is connected by these exchanges. Advice passes from shop to kitchen to sickbed. A remedy becomes popular. A failure becomes a warning. A miracle cure becomes rumor. It is a social network built on bodies. Back at the house, the patient sleeps more comfortably tonight. The caregivers settle in. The fire burns low. The medicine bottle sits on the table like a small, quiet promise. And as you sink into that warm, smoky dusk, you understand the strange power of this era. Medicine is not locked behind institutional doors. It is everywhere, in shops, in homes, in hands, in recipe books, in whispered advice. That accessibility can be dangerous, because it invites guesswork and fraud, but it can also be life-saving, because it means people do not have to be helpless. Joke 3. Drifting toward sleep. You look at the apothecary's neatly tied bottle and think, at least it's artisanal. And then you remember, artisanal is not always what you want when the ingredient list includes mercury. The bottle on the table catches the firelight. And for a while, you let yourself believe the world is manageable. You do the doses. You keep the broth coming. You watch the breathing. You listen for the cough to soften. Then, sometime after supper, someone knocks hard enough that the whole house seems to flinch. The visitor does not step in slowly. They step in like the cold is chasing them. Their cheeks are red from running, their eyes wide with that particular fear that does not bother with politeness. It's in town, they say. Smallpox. The word lands heavier than any medicine chest. In 1700s America, smallpox is not just an illness. It is a shadow that can swallow families, scar faces, empty streets, and make even confident adults speak in whispers. You feel your throat tighten, not because you have it, but because you can suddenly picture it. Fever first, then the rash, then the eruption of pustules that turn the body into a battleground. Even if you survive, you might carry the map of it forever on your skin. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. Smallpox is a major cause of death and disfigurement in the 1700s, and communities in colonial America sometimes respond with inoculation, variolation, a method of deliberately introducing smallpox material to provoke a milder infection and future immunity. It is not universal. It is not always available, and it is definitely not risk-free. But it exists, and that matters. The household shifts instantly from care for this one sick person to protect everyone. The mother pulls the younger children closer. The aunt starts listing who has had smallpox already, because prior infection often means protection. The neighbors begin the quiet arithmetic of fear. Who is vulnerable? Who is exposed? How fast does it spread? How far is the nearest case? And you, standing there with your modern brain full of vaccines and sterile needles and public health posters, have to swallow the uncomfortable truth. They are not helpless. They have a weapon, a crude one, a terrifying one, but a weapon all the same. Inoculation. The idea is almost scandalous when you first hear it said aloud in this room, because it sounds like inviting the wolf in to teach your dog courage. But the logic is simple. People have noticed that if someone survives smallpox, they usually do not get it again. So what if you could give a controlled dose, a smaller version, under safer conditions, and help the body build protection? The technique, variolation, typically involves taking material from a smallpox pustule of a person with a mild case and introducing it into the skin of a healthy person, often through a small cut or scratch. It is intentional exposure, It can cause illness. It can kill. It can also prevent death later. That risk sits in the room like a second patient. The doctor arrives again, summoned by panic this time rather than fever. He listens to the news, then asks the hard question, has anyone in the household been inoculated before? Has anyone had smallpox? The answers are a patchwork. The older aunt had it as a child and survived. One child has not. The mother is unsure. The sick man in bed might be too weak to face another battle. The doctor's voice gets careful. He explains what he can. If smallpox truly is in town, the household might consider inoculation now, while they are still healthy, rather than waiting for random exposure. But the household hesitates, because choosing inoculation is not like choosing an herbal tea. It is choosing to step into danger on purpose. Historians still argue how communities weighed this decision in practice, because it is not only medical. It is social, economic, and moral. Inoculation often requires isolation during the induced illness, so the inoculated person does not spread smallpox to others. That means time off work, extra caregiving, sometimes separate housing arrangements. It also means neighbors might resent you if they think you are bringing disease closer. So even if inoculation might reduce overall risk, it can increase short-term community tension, and tension arrives fast. Someone mentions a family across town that is already talking about inoculation. Another person mutters that it is reckless. Someone else says it is the only reason their cousin survived an outbreak years ago. The debate begins to crackle in the air like the fire. It is not neat, not calm, not academic. It is people arguing with their children's lives on the table. Joke one. Because you need the pressure to ease somewhere. You realize this is the original hot takes culture, except instead of arguing over movies, they're arguing over whether to voluntarily catch smallpox. Like, please, let us go back to fighting about pineapple on pizza. The doctor, trying to keep order, suggests a practical step first: quarantine. If smallpox is in town, avoid gatherings, avoid unnecessary visits, and be careful with contact. But quarantine in a close-knit community is not as simple as staying home. People rely on each other. They share labor. They share tools. They share news face-to-face. The very things that keep them alive also carry disease. The household looks at the sick man in the bed and realizes the cruel timing. They already have illness under their roof. Now they must worry about a second, more feared one. The mother's eyes flick to the children again. She's not just afraid of smallpox. She's afraid of making the wrong choice about it. The doctor lays out the options. If you do nothing, you gamble on avoiding exposure. If you inoculate, you gamble on surviving the induced illness and not spreading it. Neither option is clean. Both are terrifying in different ways. A quirky tidbit slips into the conversation as the neighbor mentions that some inoculation practices have traveled across the Atlantic world through multiple sources, including knowledge observed in the Ottoman Empire and accounts shared in the English-speaking world earlier in the century. And that in America the practice becomes intensely controversial, but also increasingly common in certain places. The fact that this life-and-death technique moves through stories, letters, and rumor is wild. It is like a medical meme, except it can save your life. The doctor is careful about candidates. He says inoculation is not for everyone at this exact moment. A person already weak or sick might not survive an induced infection. Pregnant women, frail elders, infants, people with ongoing illnesses, all are considered higher risk. He suggests focusing on those most likely to weather the procedure, and he insists on isolation afterward. The mother's face tightens again as she makes the calculation. She might inoculate the children if they are healthy, because smallpox can be devastating to them. But isolating them means keeping them away from neighbors, away from school if it exists, away from church, away from the normal support system. It means turning the home into a little fortress. You stand in the corner, feeling the weight of the decision even though it is not yours. You can imagine the sound of a child crying in isolation, the fever rising, the rash beginning, the mother pacing because she chose this. You can also imagine the horror of random infection tearing through town and knowing you did nothing. Joke 2. Small and sleepy but honest. You think, I miss the kind of medical anxiety where you just doom-scroll symptoms and then ignore them. And then you remember doom-scrolling does not exist yet. So the only scrolling is your neighbor walking over to tell you, in person, that death is trending. The household asks the doctor what he would do. He gives an answer that is not fully an answer. He says it depends on the strength of the person, the severity of the outbreak, the resources for isolation, the experience of the practitioner. This is not him dodging responsibility. This is him living in a world where medicine is probabilities disguised as certainty. Historians still argue just how much inoculation changed outbreak dynamics in specific towns and colonies, because records vary and because the practice is uneven. Some communities embrace it, some ban it, some only allow it under strict conditions. In some outbreaks, inoculation clearly reduces mortality among those inoculated compared to natural infection. But it can also spark backlash when inoculated people are blamed for spreading disease. The practice exists inside a social storm, and now that storm begins to swirl around you. The visitor who brought the news says some families are already packing to leave town. Others are locking doors. Some are refusing to trade with households that inoculate. Some are demanding inoculation immediately. The town becomes a map of fear, with invisible lines drawn between safe and unsafe. And those lines shift daily. The doctor offers to arrange inoculation for those who decide on it. But he emphasizes the conditions: clean linens, controlled contact, careful monitoring. Controlled is a hopeful word. Control is always a little imaginary here. Still, the attempt matters. The mother asks for time. The doctor agrees, because pushing too hard can fracture trust. He leaves behind advice for avoidance and readiness. The household spends the evening talking in low voices, weighing risk like it is flour in a bowl. The sick man in the bed stirs, confused by the tension, and the mother smooths his hair, trying to keep two fears in her hands at once. Outside, the wind carries the smell of smoke from other chimneys, and you imagine all those homes doing the same anxious math. You begin to realize that smallpox is not only a disease, it is a force that shapes behavior, policy, and identity. It changes how towns function. It changes how people see each other. It changes what care means. As night deepens, you sit by the hearth again, feeling the warmth on your knees. The medicine bottle is still there. Quiet. The house is still here. Fragile. And now, hovering at the edge of everything, is the possibility of inoculation, the most daring kind of medicine this era can offer. A controlled risk taken to avoid an uncontrolled catastrophe. Joke 3. Almost a lullaby. You look at the calm fire and think, at least the biggest problem tonight is, oh no, never mind. Because in 1700s America, every time you think you have reached peak anxiety, history taps you on the shoulder and says, I can do worse. The next day feels heavier, not because the air is thicker, but because everyone is listening for news the way you listen for thunder when you know a storm is close. People step outside and scan the road. They linger at doorways a little longer. They speak in that careful tone you use when you do not want your fear to become contagious too. Smallpox is no longer an abstract terror. It has an address. And the moment a disease has an address, The town starts doing what towns always do. It argues. The conversation is everywhere. At wells, at market stalls, outside churches, in kitchens, in whispers that travel faster than cards. Inoculation becomes the word that divides people into camps, because it is not merely a medical decision. It is an accusation disguised as a choice. If you inoculate, some neighbors see you as responsible and forward-thinking. Others see you as selfish, dangerous, or sinful, because you are deliberately creating a case of smallpox, even if you believe it will be mild. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you: variolation in colonial America is often deeply controversial, with fierce public debate in some cities and towns. Supporters argue it reduces mortality compared to natural infection, while opponents fear it spreads disease and question the morality of deliberately inducing illness. That tension can fracture communities. You walk through town and feel the arguments in the air like static. Someone says inoculation is tempting providence, as if God is watching and taking notes. Someone else says it is simply using the tools God provided. Someone swears it is a rich person's luxury, because it requires isolation, servants, spare rooms, and the ability to stop working for weeks. Someone else argues that the poor are the ones who need it most, because they cannot afford to lose a child. You watch the social lines appear: class, religion, trust in authority, fear of outsiders, resentment of elites. Smallpox exposes all of it, and you realize that the medical act of inoculation is inseparable from the moral story people tell about it. Back at the household, the mother is still undecided. She has not slept. The sick man in bed is improving slightly, but the household is now haunted by a second clock. How long until smallpox reaches their door? The doctor returns, and the discussion becomes more urgent. He explains the procedure in practical terms. It is usually done by making a small incision or scratch and introducing material from a smallpox pustule. The inoculated person typically develops fever and a rash, often milder than natural infection, and then recovers with immunity. But sometimes inoculation produces severe disease. Sometimes it kills. Sometimes it spreads to others. The doctor does not pretend it is safe. He presents it as a trade, a smaller risk now for a bigger risk avoided later. Historians still argue how people at the time interpreted the statistics and evidence around inoculation, because early data collection exists in some places, but is uneven, and personal anecdotes often weigh more heavily than numbers. In an age before randomized trials and formal epidemiology, "My cousin survived" can feel more convincing than any chart. The mother asks about timing. The doctor says timing matters. If smallpox is already widespread, inoculation can be dangerous because the town is in chaos and isolation becomes harder. If you inoculate early, you might control exposure better. But inoculating too early can also feel like inviting trouble before it arrives. Human brains love to procrastinate risk until it is unavoidable. The aunt, who had smallpox as a child, argues against inoculation. She says it is unnatural, that people who inoculate are making disease. The neighbor argues for it, saying she has seen it save lives. The mother listens, hands clenched, eyes darting between faces. You can almost hear her internal voice. Whichever choice I make, I will have to live with it. Outside, the town's response begins to formalize. Some communities set up crude quarantines. People avoid certain houses. Flags or markings might be used in some places to signal infection. Travel slows. Trade becomes cautious. Fear becomes policy. Then the rumor arrives. Because it always does. Someone says inoculated people are spreading smallpox deliberately. Someone says a practitioner is inoculating too many at once. turning his house into a source of contagion. Someone claims the disease is punishment for moral decay. Someone claims it came from a ship, from outsiders, from the wrong kind of people. Disease often brings scapegoats. It is one of the ugliest reflexes of humanity, and it is not new. Joke 1. A tired little exhale. You realize people have been blaming outsiders for sickness since the dawn of time, and you want to shout, "Congratulations, you have invented prejudice again." But you remember shouting is not recommended around a household already full of fever. The doctor advises the household to prepare as if they will inoculate, even if they are not ready to decide. Clean linens, a separate room if possible, a plan for who will nurse the inoculated and who will stay away. It is like planning a controlled burn to stop a wildfire. The mother finally asks the question that is really at the center. What do we do about the children? The doctor considers them. He checks their health, their strength, their recent exposures. He says children often handle inoculation better than frail adults, but not always. He says if the children are healthy, inoculation could protect them. But it must be done carefully and followed by strict isolation. The mother looks at her youngest, who is playing quietly, unaware of the debate about his survival happening over his head. The household decides, not with enthusiasm, not with certainty, but with that grim courage that shows up when you have to choose something. They will inoculate the children, not the sick man, because he is still recovering and too weak. The decision feels like swallowing a stone. The doctor arranges it for the next day. The mother prepares the room. The neighbor offers to help nurse. But the mother hesitates because the neighbor has her own family to protect. The town is full of these impossible choices: help or distance, comfort or safety. A quirky tidbit surfaces as they talk about how inoculation material is obtained. It often comes from someone with an active smallpox case, preferably mild, and practitioners may prefer certain pustules, certain timing. There is a folk layer to it. People might believe the right source produces milder disease. They might talk about good smallpox versus bad smallpox. You, listening, realize how human it is to try to categorize danger into neat little boxes, like labeling storms friendly because that feels less scary. The day of inoculation arrives, and the room becomes solemn. The children are told it will be a small scratch. Nothing to fear. They do not fully understand. The mother tries to smile and fails. The doctor prepares the instrument. The scratch is quick. The children flinch. The mother's hands shake slightly as she holds them still. Then it is done. So small, such a massive choice. Now comes the waiting. The children are isolated. The household becomes divided into zones, those who go into the inoculation room and those who do not. Bedding is washed. Hands are wiped. Doors stay closed. The mother moves like a careful ghost, trying to be both present and cautious. Historians still argue whether the social backlash against inoculation in certain communities was driven more by genuine public health concerns about transmission or by deeper anxieties about authority, class privilege, and moral order. Watching the mother flinch every time someone knocks at the door, you can feel those anxieties pressing in. If the neighbors learn the children are inoculated, will they shun the household? Will they refuse to trade? Will they accuse the mother of endangering others? And sure enough, whispers begin. A neighbor passes by and does not stop. A friend who usually visits makes excuses. The mother hears it in the silence. Inoculation is not just a medical act. It is a social label. Joke 2. Soft and dark. You think, wow, even in the 1700s, people can get cancelled. And then you immediately regret the thought because the stakes here are pustules and funerals, not lost followers. The children develop fevers after a few days. As expected, their skin shows signs. The mother's heart seems to beat in her throat. She watches for the rash, counts spots like they are coins, listens to every cough, checks every breath. The doctor visits, reassures her that this is the normal course, that it should be milder. But he cannot promise. Nobody can. Meanwhile, the town's fear grows. Houses with illness are avoided. Markets thin out. Church attendance drops or becomes tense. People talk about sin and science in the same breath. The inoculation debate becomes a mirror reflecting each person's values. Do you trust experience or tradition? Do you prioritize individual choice or community safety? Do you believe humans should intervene in such a direct way? The sick man in the household improves, but the mother barely notices because her attention is consumed by the children's induced illness. The irony is sharp. To protect them, she has made them sick. Then, slowly, the fever breaks. The rash remains but does not explode into the worst forms. The children are tired but not collapsing. The mother breathes for the first time in days. She cries quietly at the hearth where no one can see, because tears are safer when you do not have to explain them. Joke 3. Gentle, you realize relief is the most exhausting emotion, because after weeks of fear, your body finally unclenches and immediately wants a nap that lasts until the Industrial Revolution. The household is still isolated until the children are fully recovered and no longer contagious. The town still debates. Smallpox still threatens. But inside this home, one gamble has turned, for the moment, in their favor. And you sit with that uneasy truth. Even when medicine works, it often works through risk. In 1700s America, progress is not clean. It is not comfortable. It is something you do with shaking hands, hoping you chose the right storm to walk into. The house is quieter now. The kind of quiet you get after a long fever finally breaks and everyone is too tired to celebrate properly. The children, still confined, sleep in slow, heavy stretches, their bodies doing that deep repair work that looks like stillness but feels like rebuilding. The mother moves through the rooms with a careful softness, like she is afraid to jostle the fragile luck they have earned. And then another message arrives, not with panic this time, but with urgency that carries its own kind of fear. A woman down the lane is in labor. In 1700s America, birth is not a medical event you schedule with a calendar and a hospital bag. It is a household storm. It is an all-hands, move the furniture, heat the water, pray and swear kind of moment. And the healer most likely to step into the center of it is not the physician you picture with a wig and a bag of lancets. It is the midwife, a mainstream historical fact to anchor you. Throughout the 1700s, midwives play a central role in childbirth in colonial America, especially for routine deliveries, and many are highly experienced practitioners in their communities. Even though they are rarely formally credentialed by modern standards, you follow the mother and neighbor down the lane, because even though the household is cautious due to recent inoculation, birth has a way of overriding caution. The night is damp and cold, and the sky looks like dark cloth stretched tight. In the laboring house, candles flicker and throw shadows that make the walls feel closer. The air smells of sweat, warm water, and that nervous metallic tang that comes when people know something big is happening. The midwife is already there. She is not flamboyant. She does not need to be. Her authority comes from repetition, from the fact that she has seen this hundreds of times. She knows how labor sounds. She knows the difference between pain that is normal and pain that means trouble. She knows how to keep a room calm with a single look. She also knows how to direct people like a conductor. You bring water. You boil linens. You Keep the children out. You, stop fainting. We are busy. Joke 1. Because your nervous brain needs it. You realize the midwife could absolutely run a modern emergency room with nothing but her eyebrows. The laboring woman grips the bed frame, breathing hard. The room is packed with women, usually because birth is often considered a female space. Men are kept out or sent away. Not always, but often. The midwife speaks gently, but firmly. She encourages upright positions, movement, whatever helps the labor progress. She monitors the timing of contractions with her own internal clock, because she has been measuring time in pain for years. You notice how much of childbirth care is practical and sensory. The midwife touches the belly, listens to the mother's breathing, checks progress as modesty allows. She offers warm drinks. She wipes sweat. She encourages, reassures, and occasionally scolds. Because sometimes scolding is a form of love when you need someone to keep pushing. And yet, for all the skill and calm, you can feel the edge of danger. In the 1700s, childbirth is one of the most common life-threatening events for women. Infection, hemorrhage, obstructed labor, all can turn fast. Tools are limited. Knowledge is incomplete. The best midwives have experience and technique. But they do not have antibiotics. They do not have blood transfusions. They do not have surgical safety nets that work reliably. Historians still argue whether overall maternal mortality in this era varies more by region and socioeconomic status or by the presence of skilled attendants and community support, because records are incomplete and experiences differ widely. But the risk is real enough that everyone in this room feels it, even if no one says it out loud. The midwife checks the labor again and frowns slightly. The baby's position might be awkward. The mother cries out, voice thin with exhaustion. The midwife keeps her face steady, because fear is contagious. She tells the mother to change position, to try a different posture, to let gravity help. Women around her support her physically, holding her up, letting her lean on them. Birth here is not a solo act. It is communal effort, like hauling a heavy wagon up a hill. A quirky tidbit surfaces as you watch the midwife prepare herbs. Some midwives and household healers use herbal preparations to encourage labor, ease pain, or calm nerves. The knowledge is often passed through apprenticeship and tradition. Some herbs can genuinely influence uterine contractions, which is both useful and dangerous if used improperly. It is one of those areas where folk practice overlaps with real pharmacology, but without modern dosing controls. The midwife uses her judgment carefully, because she knows the difference between help and harm can be a spoonful. Hours pass. The candles burn lower. The room grows warmer, humid with breath and effort. The laboring woman's face changes in that way people's faces change when they move beyond ordinary endurance. Her eyes go distant. Her voice becomes raw. The midwife stays close, murmuring instructions. The women around the bed keep the mother steady. Then, finally, the moment shifts. The midwife's posture changes, attention sharpening. She sees the baby's head appear. She guides gently, controlling the pace to avoid tearing. The mother gives a final push that feels like the whole room pushes with her, and then the baby slides into the midwife's hands. There is a second of silence, because everyone is listening for the sound that means relief. The baby cries. The room exhales as one organism. Someone sobs. Someone laughs softly. Someone whispers, "Thanks." The midwife wipes the baby, clears the airway as best she can, and wraps the tiny body in cloth. The baby's skin is flushed and new, the kind of pink that looks like the world just invented color. Joke 2, whispered. You want to say, "Welcome to the 1700s. It only gets worse from here." But you restrain yourself because the baby is busy being alive. But the midwife is not done. The placenta must be delivered. The mother must not bleed too much. This is the part modern people forget, because in modern settings it is usually managed quietly. Here, it is watched with fierce attention. The midwife checks the mother's bleeding. She presses the belly to help the uterus contract. She watches the mother's face for signs of shock. She gives warm drink. She keeps the mother lying safely. For a while, it looks fine. The bleeding is steady but not alarming. The mother trembles with exhaustion. The midwife nods, satisfied but not relaxed. She knows trouble can arrive late. Then the bleeding increases. You see it on the cloths. You see the midwife's eyes narrow. She calls for more linens, more pressure, warmth. She presses firmly on the uterus. She instructs the mother to nurse the baby if possible, because nursing can stimulate uterine contraction, a practical observation that becomes part of tradition long before hormones are named. The mother tries, weakly. The baby roots, latches, and you see the mother's body respond in tiny ways. The bleeding slows. The room stays tense for a long minute, then slowly loosens again. The midwife stays vigilant, because vigilance is her profession. She does not pretend every birth is safe. She treats safety as something you earn, minute by minute. Historians still argue how much the female network of support around childbirth influenced outcomes compared to the later shift toward male physicians and formal obstetrics. Because the transition is complex and not simply progress, midwives have deep practical knowledge. Some physicians bring new tools and theories. Sometimes that helps. Sometimes it introduces new risks, especially when male practitioners enter with instruments and interventions that are not always necessary. You can feel that tension in the air even now, as someone mentions calling a doctor just in case, and the midwife's mouth tightens slightly, not out of ego, but out of awareness. A doctor can help, but a doctor can also complicate. The midwife claims the baby, secures the mother, and organizes the room like she is tidying the aftermath of a storm. She tells the household what to watch for: fever, foul discharge, excessive bleeding, weakness. She gives instructions for keeping the mother warm, fed, and rested. Rest is always suggested, and almost never fully possible, because life keeps demanding things. But the advice is there. As you step back into the cold night, the air hits your lungs like a slap, and you realize how surreal it is that on one street, families are isolating against smallpox, and on another street, a newborn is taking its first breath. Life and disease share the same roads. You walk home with the mother, who is both relieved and drained. She glances toward her own house, where her inoculated children sleep, and you see how the roles overlap. Today she's a caregiver. Tonight she is a helper. Tomorrow she may be a patient. The boundaries are thin. Joke 3, soft and sleepy. You think, at least birth is natural. And then you remember, so is lightning. And that thought immediately stops being comforting. Back by the hearth, you settle into the warmth again. The sick man is resting. The children are recovering. The town is tense, and somewhere nearby, a baby is crying in the dark, alive in a world where medicine is equal parts skill, tradition, and sheer stubborn hope. You return to your own house with the cold still clinging to your coat, and the fire greets you like an old friend who is trying not to judge where you have been. The mother checks on her inoculated children first, because that is her new reflex. Their breathing is steady. Their fevers have eased. Their small, healing bodies are doing the quiet work of becoming safer to the world. Then she checks the sick man, and he is still there, still human, still fragile. He opens his eyes and looks at her like he has been underwater and is just now breaking the surface. The household has survived another day. But survival in 1700s America is not only about what physicians prescribe or midwives manage in moments of crisis. It is also about what women quietly do, constantly, with knowledge that rarely gets written into official histories. You see it in the way the mother moves. She does not announce herself as a healer. She just is one. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. Women in 18th century America commonly manage household health care, keeping remedy recipes, preparing medicines, and providing nursing care, and their expertise often shapes daily medical practice, even when male physicians hold formal authority. In the morning, you watch the mother open her receipt book, the household collection of recipes and remedies that sits somewhere between cookbook and medical manual. The pages are stained with use. Ink is smudged. Margins contain notes like "works well" or "too strong" or the ominous "do not repeat." She flips to a section on fevers and reads out ingredients like she's reading a shopping list. Willow bark, perhaps, or a cooling tea, vinegar and water for wiping, broth and thin gruel, small amounts of wine or spirits for weakness, depending on custom, poultices to ease chest tightness. None of this feels official, but it is methodical. She also speaks in code sometimes. Not because she's being mysterious, but because some topics are handled delicately. Menstrual issues, pregnancy concerns, women's troubles, all get their own careful language. You notice how certain remedies are shared among women with a kind of quiet solidarity. Knowledge passes in kitchens, at quilting gatherings, in whispered advice over fences. It is not a lecture. It is survival. Historians still argue how much this domestic medical knowledge is folk, in the sense of being separate from learned medicine versus being deeply intertwined with it. Because women often read medical texts too, or borrow ideas from physicians, then adapt them for household use. The lines are not neat. They never are. And the women's remedies are not just gentle teas and comforting broths. Some are surprisingly bold. They use strong purgatives. They use alcohol-based tinctures. They use poultices with irritants meant to draw out infection. They use botanical knowledge that can be sophisticated, especially among women who learned from indigenous neighbors or from enslaved healers, or who simply learned by watching what worked over decades. A quirky tidbit arrives when the neighbor visits and brings a small bundle of herbs wrapped in cloth, saying she gathered them at dawn, as if that timing matters. Sometimes it does, botanically, depending on plant oils and moisture. But sometimes it is simply tradition. Either way, the ritual gives confidence. The herbs are for settling the nerves, she says, and you realize that mental comfort is part of physical healing here. A calm patient rests better. A calmer household makes fewer panicked decisions. The mother prepares the tea, and the smell fills the room, warm and grassy. She gives it to the sick man in small sips. He grimaces but drinks. She pats his shoulder like that alone is medicine. And then you see the real quiet expertise. Her monitoring, modern medicine has machines that beep and numbers that rise and fall. Here, the mother has her eyes, her hands, and her memory. She notices the patient's skin color. She checks his lips for dryness. She listens to the tone of his cough. She watches how quickly he tires. She tests his sweat with the back of her fingers. She counts breaths without looking obvious. She remembers yesterday's version of him and compares it to today's. That is clinical assessment. Just without the clipboard. Joke 1. Very gentle. You realize the mother has the world's first wearable health tracker, and it is called being stared at by someone who loves you. Women also shape prevention, not just treatment. The mother insists on fresh linens when possible. She scolds the children for tracking mud inside. She tries to keep the sick room aired out without letting drafts cut through. She boils water when she can. Not because she knows about microbes, but because boiling feels like cleansing, like control. She separates the sick person's utensils from others. Sometimes, not always, but often enough to matter. These practices can reduce transmission of some illnesses even without germ theory, which is one reason historians debate whether pre-modern households sometimes stumble into effective infection control through experience and habit. The mother also negotiates with the doctor. When he suggests another purge, she hesitates. She points out how weak the man is. She asks whether they can wait. The doctor is not offended. He listens, because he knows she is the one who will carry out the plan. This negotiation is subtle power. It is not written on the paper. It happens in tone and timing and the way she chooses which instructions to follow strictly and which to soften. When the doctor leaves, the mother makes her own additions. She rubs the man's chest with a warm salve. She adds a bit of honey to soothe his throat. She encourages him to sit up briefly to clear his lungs, then lets him lie back down. She knows, by experience, what comforts and what exhausts. This is nursing, and it is skilled. The household also relies on women's social networks for information. News about smallpox, about inoculation outcomes, about who is sick in which house, travels through women's conversations as much as through official channels. That information affects decisions, who to visit, who to avoid, when to seek help. In a sense, women help run the town's informal public health system, even though no one calls it that. Historians still argue how much these informal networks influence the spread or containment of disease. Because while social connection can spread illness, it also spreads warnings, care strategies, and coordination. Fear travels. So does knowledge. The same path can carry both. In the afternoon, the mother attends to another task that modern listeners might not immediately call medicine, but it absolutely is: managing reproductive health. She speaks quietly with a younger woman who is late in her monthly bleeding and worried. The mother does not make a big deal of it. She asks questions. She suggests rest and certain foods. She mentions an herb that brings things on if needed, then quickly adds caution. She is careful, because these herbs can be dangerous. You sense the weight of secrecy, the way women sometimes handle these matters within trusted circles. The stakes are high. Pregnancy affects labor, survival, household economics, social standing. So women's remedies here include both supportive care for pregnancy and, in some cases, attempts to manage fertility, though the details are often veiled. Joke 2. Soft and sleepy. You think, so basically, women's health care is already complicated and political. And then you remember you're in the 1700s, so the politics come with fewer microphones and more whispered urgency. As evening approaches, the sick man's cough is softer. The mother notices and smiles without showing teeth, like she is afraid to jinx it. She gives him broth. He drinks more willingly now. His eyes look clearer. It is not a miracle. It is a slow tilt toward recovery. The children, still isolated, ask when they can go outside. The mother promises soon, which in this era means when I am absolutely sure you will not kill your neighbors. She says it with love, but also with exhaustion. She is carrying so much. Nursing, household work, emotional labor, decision-making, and the constant fear that one wrong move could unravel everything. Historians still argue whether we underestimate the sophistication of women's medical practice in this era because it is less documented, less institutional, and less associated with formal texts. Watching the mother work, you feel that underestimation dissolve. She is not guessing blindly. She is applying a lived science of observation, pattern, and care. Night settles again. The fire hums low. The mother closes the receipt book and ties it shut, like putting a lid on a pot. The sick man sleeps. The children sleep. The town outside remains tense, still haunted by smallpox, still arguing about inoculation, still living on the edge of uncertainty. And you, sitting by the hearth, realize that some of the most powerful medicine in 1700s America is quiet, repetitive, and unpaid. It is the steady hand wiping a fevered forehead. It is the voice that keeps you drinking water. It is the person who notices when the cough changes. It is women's expertise, moving through homes like warmth, keeping life stitched together one night at a time. Joke 3. Barely a murmur. You think, at least they get credit for all this. And then you look around at the way everyone calls it just what women do, and you feel your eyebrows rise in the dark. The next morning, the house wakes up like an old ship after a storm. Everything still creaks, but it floats. The sick man is sitting up for the first time in days, leaning against a folded blanket like it is a throne. The mother pretends not to look relieved, but her hands give her away, moving faster, lighter, like the weight on her shoulders has shifted just enough to let her breathe. Then you hear it, a child coughing outside. It is a small sound, but in 1700s America, small sounds can be prophecy. Soon, the message arrives the way all messages arrive here, on feet, with a face attached. A neighbor appears at the door, eyes tired, voice low. "My little one's got a fever," she says, "and the rash, and he won't eat." The room goes quiet. Not because anyone is shocked, because everyone is doing the same math at once. Childhood is dangerous in this world, not metaphorically, literally. And it is not always the dramatic illnesses that take children. Sometimes it is the slow, ordinary ones. The fevers that come and do not leave. The coughs that deepen. The diarrhea that drains a body so small it cannot afford to lose anything. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. In the 1700s, childhood mortality is high in North America and the wider Atlantic world, with many children dying young from infectious diseases like measles, smallpox, whooping cough, dysentery, and respiratory infections, as well as complications from malnutrition and poor sanitation. Families expect loss in a way that does not make them cold, just constantly braced. You follow the neighbor back to her house, because now you are part of the caregiving orbit too, whether you meant to be or not. The child lies in a small bed, cheeks flushed, eyes too bright, skin hot under your fingertips when you check. The mother has already done what everyone does first. She has tried to soothe, cool cloth, warm tea, thin gruel. A prayer whispered against the child's hair. The child turns his head away from the spoon. He is not hungry. He is not thirsty. That is what scares them most. Because fluids are life. Even without modern science, everyone knows you can watch a child shrink from dehydration like a candle burning down too fast. The household remedies come out. A tea for fever, a gentle purge just in case. A little honey for the throat. Someone suggests bleeding, and the mother flinches. Bleeding a child feels like stealing pennies from someone already poor. Still, the suggestion hangs there, because the logic of imbalance does not spare the young. Historians still argue whether caregivers in this era were more likely to use aggressive evacuative therapies on children than we assume, or whether many families instinctively favored gentler supportive care for the young and only escalated when desperation took over. Watching this mother hesitate, you see how it can go either way. Love wants softness. Fear wants action. The doctor arrives later, and his tone changes when he sees the patient is a child. He's still a man of his time, still thinking in balances and fluids, but he is more cautious. He asks about the fever's pattern. He looks for signs of eruption that might suggest smallpox or measles. He asks whether the child has been exposed to anyone sick in a town already tense with smallpox rumor. Every child's rash feels like a possible doom. The mother says the child has been teething, and you feel the room shift again. Because teething in this era is not treated as a minor milestone. It is treated as a plausible killer. People believe teething can cause fevers, convulsions, diarrhea, and death. Sometimes the timing lines up because babies are losing maternal antibodies and being exposed to new pathogens, and teething becomes the scapegoat. Sometimes there really is irritation and discomfort, but the fear around teething becomes its own medical category, a quirky tidbit, and it is one that makes modern listeners blink. Some practitioners in this period and later advocate lancing a baby's gums to relieve teething. It sounds horrifying, and it is, but it reflects the same deep belief that pressure and blockage must be released. If the body is trapped, you open it. You can almost feel the logic trying to be helpful while doing something that would make you clutch your jaw in sympathy. Joke 1. Soft and grim. You think, imagine being a baby and your first dentist visit is with a knife, and you immediately want to wrap every child in a blanket and move them to a safer century. But today, the doctor does not lance. He watches. He listens. He asks about stools. The mother admits the child has diarrhea. Now the doctor's worry sharpens. Diarrhea can kill fast, especially in hot weather, and the body of a child is a tiny reservoir. He recommends thin gruel, broth, small sips of water or weak tea, and perhaps a small amount of laudanum to slow the bowels if it is severe. That last part is risky, but again, choices here are made under pressure. The mother is terrified of giving opium to a child, but she is also terrified of watching the child empty himself into weakness. The doctor gives a tiny dose instruction, and you can see how tiny is. A few drops, a whisper of medicine. They try it. The child sleeps, shallowly at first, then deeper. The mother watches the chest rise and fall like it is the only rhythm left in the universe. She does not rest. She cannot. This is the vigil that so many mothers keep in this era. The one that teaches your body to live on panic and opiates. Outside, the town still has funerals. Not every day for everyone, but often enough that grief feels familiar. You hear a bell in the distance and wonder who it is for. In the 1700s, tiny graves are common, and that fact seeps into culture. Parents love fiercely because love is not safe. It is brave. Historians still argue how families emotionally processed repeated child loss, because letters and diaries show both deep grief and a kind of practiced endurance. Some historians describe an emotional distance, but others argue that what looks like distance is actually survival coping in a world where you cannot collapse every time tragedy passes your door. Standing beside this mother, you know one thing for sure: the grief is not theoretical. The fear is not abstract. It is living in her hands as she smooths the child's hair. The fever breaks slightly by afternoon, and everyone clings to that like it is a rope. The child asks for water. A few sips. The mother smiles, then immediately looks guilty for smiling, as if happiness might tempt fate. You learn that in this era. People ration joy the way they ration sugar. Joke 2. You think modern parenting is hard, and then you look at this mother measuring laudanum drops by candlelight, and you decide modern parenting owes her a handwritten apology. But the day is not over. The child develops a rash across the torso. Small red spots that could be heat, could be measles, could be the beginning of something worse. The mother's face drains. The doctor examines it, frowning. He cannot know immediately what it is. He asks if the rash blanches under pressure. He watches it spread. He asks about cough and runny nose. He is using observation like a lantern in a fog. They isolate the child as much as they can, which in a small house means mostly keep siblings away and wash things. But the intention is there. The mother instructs the other children not to touch the bedding. She boils cloths if possible. She wipes down surfaces. Again, no germ theory, but a growing instinct that sickness can travel through contact. Night returns, and the rash does not explode. The child sleeps. The bowels are calmer. The fever is lower. The mother finally sits back, eyes red, shoulders slumped, and she lets herself eat a few bites of bread like she has just remembered that she also lives in a body. Joke 3, sleepy and small. You think, at least he's turning the corner. And then you remember history loves plot twists. So you knock on wood quietly, and the wood, being 1700s wood, creaks like it is laughing at you. You sit with the household in the firelight, listening to the child's breathing. You realize that in this century, medicine for children is often less about heroic cures and more about basic endurance, keeping them warm, keeping them hydrated, keeping them watched, and praying the illness chooses mercy. And when mercy comes, it feels like a miracle even if it is just biology doing what biology sometimes does. The mother dozes in her chair at last, chin dropping to her chest, still close enough to hear the child stir. You watch the fire settle into embers, and you feel that heavy, tender truth of 1700s life. Childhood is a gamble, and parents keep playing because love does not know how to stop. The child's fever holds steady through the night, and by morning you can tell the worst has loosened its grip. The rash fades into something less alarming. The little body that looked so fragile yesterday now looks stubborn, like it has decided it is not done living yet. The mother finally lets out a breath that sounds like she has been holding it since her own childhood. And then, because history never lets you relax for long, you hear a different kind of suffering from another house. Not a cough, not a fever. A low, sharp moan that rises and falls like someone is trying not to scream. Tooth pain. In 1700s America, teeth are not just teeth, they are time bombs. Sugar is increasingly common in Atlantic trade, and it is creeping into diets where it once was rare. Combined with limited dental hygiene and a lack of modern dentistry, you get a perfect storm: rot, abscesses, infections, and pain that can make even the toughest person beg for mercy. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you: by the 18th century, dental decay is widespread in many communities, especially with the growing availability of sugar. And dental care is often performed by general practitioners, barber surgeons, or itinerant tooth pullers using rudimentary instruments like tooth keys and forceps. You walk to the house where the moaning comes from, and inside you find a man sitting hunched by the hearth, one hand pressed to his jaw. His face is swollen on one side, skin stretched tight, eyes watery. He cannot eat. He cannot sleep. He looks like he is losing a fight with a tiny enemy hidden in bone. Someone has already tried the usual. Warm compresses, a rinse of strong spirits, maybe rum, swished around the mouth with that grim determination that says, if it burns, it's working. They have packed the tooth with herbs. Someone mentions clove. Someone mentions tobacco. Someone mentions a bit of camphor. It is the medicine chest's greatest hits. A quirky tidbit floats into the room as an older woman suggests a folk charm, carrying a specific object, sometimes even a small toothworm charm to ward off toothache. The idea of toothworms lingers in European folk belief for a long time. The notion that little creatures gnaw inside the tooth. It sounds silly until you have ever had a throbbing tooth and thought, honestly, yes, something is definitely living in there and it hates me. Joke 1. You think toothworms is gross. And then you remember the alternative is admitting your tooth is just rotting on its own, which somehow feels ruder. The swelling suggests an abscess. That can be more than pain. It can be dangerous, because infection can spread. But antibiotics do not exist. So the options narrow. Wait and hope it drains. Try to lance it, or pull the tooth. And pulling is what people often do because it is decisive. It is visible. It is immediate. And in this era, immediate often wins. The barber surgeon arrives, or an itinerant tooth puller, depending on the town. He is not necessarily a villain. He might be competent, might be crude, might be both. He carries a case of instruments that makes your stomach tighten in advance. There is a reason tooth pullers sometimes set up in public places, outside markets, because crowds can be good for business. Fear is contagious. But so is spectacle. Historians still argue how specialized dentistry truly is in the 1700s versus being a side practice for surgeons and tradesmen, because evidence varies by region. In big cities, you can find practitioners who focus more on teeth. In rural areas, you get whoever has tools, confidence, and a strong grip. Here, the tooth puller examines the mouth. He presses the swollen gum gently, and the patient yelps. He points to the rotten tooth, dark at the base. He says the only real solution is extraction. The patient's eyes widen, because everyone has heard the stories. Tooth pulling is not subtle. It is not painless. It is not clean. But it can be the difference between ongoing agony and relief. They sit the patient in a sturdy chair. Someone holds his shoulders, because even brave people flinch when your jaw's involved. The tooth puller selects his weapon, the tooth key, if you have never pictured one. Imagine a metal tool shaped like a door key with a claw at the end. It hooks onto the tooth and uses leverage against the gum to twist and pull. It is efficient. It is also brutal. It can break teeth. It can fracture jawbone. It can tear gums. But it is widely used because it works quickly, and speed is mercy when pain is the constant companion. The tooth puller positions the tool. The patient grips the chair arm so hard his knuckles pale. Someone offers a bite of leather or cloth, but it will not help much. The room holds its breath. The hearth pops. Then the twist. The sound is not loud, but it is unforgettable. A small crack like a dry twig breaking. The patient makes a noise that is half groan, half animal. The tooth comes out, or part of it comes out. The tooth puller adjusts, twists again. The patient shakes. Someone steadies him. At last, the tooth is free. The tooth puller holds it up, a blackened little thing with a root that looks too long for something that has been tormenting you from inside your face. Joke 2. Whispered through your horror. You suddenly understand why people in the past looked older. It is hard to glow when your mouth is a battlefield. Blood fills the mouth. The tooth puller stuffs cloth into the socket, instructs the patient to bite down. He might suggest rinsing with spirits later, or applying a certain powder to help clot. The patient's face is pale, sweat slick on his forehead. But in the minutes after extraction, something shifts. The constant throbbing pain is gone. The relief is so immediate it almost looks like joy, even though the patient is still shaking. This is the paradox of 1700s dentistry. The treatment is terrifying, but the outcome can feel miraculous because the baseline suffering is so bad. Now comes the danger part. Infection can still spread. The open socket can become infected. But again, there is no antibiotic safety net. So people rely on cleanliness as they understand it, on rinses, on poultices, on time. The patient is told to rest, to eat soft foods, to avoid certain things. He nods with the dazed gratitude of someone who has survived a personal war. Historians still argue how much dental infection contributed to serious illness and even death in early America, because records do not always make the connection explicit. But modern understanding suggests that chronic oral infections can have significant systemic effects. In this era, bad teeth are not just cosmetic. They can be a doorway for disease. Outside, you notice how many adults have missing teeth, blackened stumps, swollen cheeks. Smiling in portraits makes sense now. Because why show a mouth that feels like it is trying to betray you? People chew on one side, avoid hard foods, endure constant low-level pain. Dentistry becomes a luxury for those who can afford better care. But even better care is limited. A small child in the house watches the extraction with wide eyes, and you think about the future. Sugar, rot, pain, repeat. Teeth are like tiny records of your life, your diet, your stress, your access to care, all written in enamel. Joke 3. Soft and sleepy. You think, at least they don't have braces. And then you imagine someone in the 1700s trying to adjust brackets with a hammer, and you decide you should stop thinking. You walk back to your own hearth with the image of that tooth key burned into your mind. The mother at home asks how it went. You describe the extraction gently, focusing on the relief. She nods. Because she knows pain, relief is its own kind of medicine. The sick man in your household eats a bit more broth today. The inoculated children are almost ready to rejoin the world. The town still murmurs about smallpox. And somewhere, a man sits with a cloth in his mouth, relieved and exhausted, staring at the fire as if it is the only stable thing left. You settle into the evening and realize something. Medicine in this century is often about removing problems physically because there are so few ways to fight them chemically. You pull a tooth, you drain a wound, you cut away rot, you bleed away excess. The body is treated like a machine that jams, and healers do whatever they can to get it moving again. The fire crackles low. Your eyes grow heavy. You can almost feel your own teeth in your jaw, and you have a sudden wave of gratitude for modern fluoride, even if you have never once in your life properly appreciated it. Tonight, the lesson is simple and slightly horrifying. In 1700s America, teeth are luxury bones, and pain is the price of sugar. You spend the next morning chewing your own bread very slowly, like you're trying to be respectful to your teeth after what you just witnessed. Every crunch feels like a dare. The house is calmer now, but not peaceful, because peace in the 1700s is always provisional. It is a loan that can be called in at any moment. And of course, someone calls it in. A boy comes running from the edge of town, breath steaming, eyes frantic, shouting for help. There has been an accident. A man has been thrown from a horse, or crushed by a cart wheel, or sliced by an axe. The details blur, because panic does not do bullet points. What matters is this: there is blood, and there is not time. You follow, because you are learning that medicine here is often practiced at the speed of disaster. The scene is chaotic. A small circle of people stands around a body on the ground. Someone is holding a cloth to a wound. Someone is praying out loud. Someone is giving advice that is not helpful. But they are saying it with confidence, which is practically a community sport. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. In the 1700s, surgery is performed without modern anesthesia or antiseptic technique, and outcomes depend heavily on the practitioner's skill, the patient's constitution, and the risk of infection. Speed is often considered a virtue because pain control is limited. The injured man is brought inside a nearby house and placed on a table. He is pale and sweating. Jaw clenched so hard you can see the muscles jump. His leg is badly injured, twisted in a way that makes your stomach drop. It might be a fracture. It might be crushed. The wound might be open, bone visible through torn skin. People step back because the body can look too real when it is broken like this. The surgeon arrives, or the same physician who doubles as a surgeon, or a local practitioner who has done enough of this to be trusted. This is not a sterile hospital. It is a kitchen table. It is lamplight and hands and whatever cloths can be found. Someone boils water, not because they know about bacteria, but because hot water feels purifying. And because warmth is one of the few tools everyone agrees on. You notice the surgeon's demeanor. He is not unkind. He is focused. Surgery in this era is like carpentry performed on flesh. You cannot get emotional. You cannot hesitate. If you hesitate, the patient suffers longer. If you take too long, the patient might go into shock, bleed out, or simply lose the will to endure. The injured man begs for something to dull the pain. Someone offers him a swallow of rum or whiskey. He drinks, coughs, grimaces, then drinks more. Alcohol is one of the few widely available pain dullers. Laudanum might be used too, but it can slow breathing and complicate things. The surgeon might use it cautiously, or not at all, depending on the situation. Historians still argue how much alcohol and opiates truly helped manage surgical pain in this era, versus simply blurring the edges. Because without ether or chloroform, which come later, pain control is partial at best. What you see now is not comfort, it is endurance. They hold the man down, not metaphorically, literally. Two men grip his shoulders and arms. Another braces the injured leg. A woman holds a cloth near his mouth so he does not bite his tongue in panic. This is restraint as anesthesia, and it is one of the hardest things to watch because you can feel how humiliating and terrifying it is to be pinned while someone works on you. Joke 1. Small and dark. You think, at least there's no consent form. And then you immediately hate yourself for thinking it. Because the lack of consent form is not a perk when the form would be replaced with a saw. The surgeon examines the leg. He presses, watches the man's reaction, checks the wound. His face tightens. He says the bone is shattered. He says infection is likely. He says the limb may not be salvageable. The words land like stones. Amputation is not rare here. It is one of the few surgical interventions that can sometimes save a life when a limb is badly damaged or infected. But it is a brutal gamble. The man's eyes go wide. He shakes his head, crying out. People in the room look away, because even imagining it makes them nauseated. The surgeon speaks calmly. He says if they do nothing, the man may die. If they amputate, the man may live. Or he may still die. But there is at least a chance. The man sobs, then nods. It is not bravery. It is desperation. It is choosing the kind of suffering you can maybe survive. The surgeon prepares. This is where you feel the aura's lack of antiseptic most sharply. He might wipe instruments. He might rinse them. But there is no understanding of microbes. No sterile field. The table is scrubbed. But scrubbed means what it means in a house with limited soap and water. Cloths are boiled. Perhaps. Hands are washed. Perhaps. But the invisible world is unaddressed because it is invisible. Someone tightens a tourniquet above the injury to slow bleeding. A strap or cloth is wound tight. The man groans. His face is already soaked in sweat. He clutches the cloth in his mouth and moans around it. The surgeon's instruments come out. A knife, a saw. It is not cinematic. It is practical. The room is too quiet. Then he begins. The incision is swift. The man screams, muffled and raw. A sound that makes your skin crawl because your body recognizes it as something ancient. The people holding him tighten their grip. The surgeon works quickly, cutting through skin and muscle. Blood spills. Cloths press. The tourniquet holds. Mostly, the smell changes. Metallic. Visceral. Then the saw. The surgeon saws through bone with fast, steady strokes. The sound is terrible, a rasping grind that you will hear in your dreams. He does not pause because pausing prolongs agony. The man thrashes, held down by hands that shake with effort. You realize everyone in this room is suffering. The patient is suffering the most, obviously. But the helpers are too, because they are participating in a violence they believe is necessary. Joke 2, whispered in your head because it is the only way your brain can survive the scene. You suddenly understand why people in the 1700s drank so much. If this is what your Tuesday can look like, yes, you would also befriend rum. The limb is removed. The surgeon ties off vessels with thread, a crude but effective technique that improves over time. He may cauterize, using heat to seal bleeding, though methods vary. He cleans the stump as best he can, folds skin over, stitches. The man is barely conscious now, floating in that gray place between pain and shock. Someone fans him. Someone holds water to his lips. Someone whispers, "Stay with us," like that phrase is a rope. The surgery ends, and the room exhales, but not in relief, in exhaustion, in horror, in hope. The surgeon gives instructions: keep the wound clean, change dressings, watch for fever, foul smell, redness spreading. Infection is the enemy that comes after the knife. Without antibiotics, the body must fight alone. Some people survive, especially if the amputation removes damaged tissue before infection takes hold. Many do not. Historians still argue about survival rates for amputations in different contexts, especially in peacetime communities versus wartime conditions, because records are patchy and outcomes vary by practitioner and environment. But everyone in this room knows the truth without statistics. The next few days will decide everything. They carry the man to a bed. He is pale, trembling, lips dry. The household becomes a hospital now. The mother of this house, whoever she is, will be nursing him like she nursed children through fever. Except now the stakes are even sharper. Broth, water, laudanum in careful doses, fresh cloths, prayer, watching, always watching. You step outside for air because the room has become too thick with suffering. The cold hits your face and feels like mercy. You lean against a fence and breathe hard, realizing your own hands are shaking. You're not the one who was cut, but you were close enough to feel it. In 1700s surgery, there is no barrier between you and the raw fact of the body. Joke 3, shaky and sleepy. You tell yourself, at least they're fast. And then you remember the speed is only kindness because the pain is so total, and you decide never to complain about a slow dentist again. Ever. Even if he is taking his sweet time like he is painting your molar. When you return inside, the surgeon is washing his hands. But the wash is symbolic. The invisible danger remains. He packs his bag, tired, and leaves, because he has other calls, other injuries, other desperate families. He cannot stay. The caregivers will. You sit by the hearth that night and listen to the amputees breathing from the next room. Sometimes it is shallow. Sometimes it is ragged. Sometimes it steadies. Each change is a signal. The household hovers around him like moths around flame, drawn by fear and love. The embers glow low, your eyelids feel heavy, but the sound of that saw stays in your mind, rasping softly like a memory that refuses to be quiet. And you understand something essential about medicine in 1700s America. It is not only about substances and theories. It is also about hands doing brutal work when the alternative is death. Surgery without sleep, without sterility, without real pain control, is a terrifying kind of courage, both for the practitioner and for the patient. The knife and the saw are not symbols of cruelty. They are symbols of the narrow doorway between life and death. The next few days crawl by the way they always crawl when someone is balanced on the edge. The amputee's room smells of sweat, damp cloth, and that faint, sweet, sour hint that makes everyone glance at each other without speaking, because they all know what they are checking for: infection. The household changes dressings, wipes the man's face, offers sips of broth, and watches his skin for that ominous flush. You learn how the 1700s measure time during illness, not by hours, by signs. The fever rose last night. The wound looked cleaner this morning. The smell is worse today. The pulse is weaker. Time becomes a chain of observations. But while this household is trapped in that slow suspense, the wider world keeps moving, and it keeps injuring people. War, in particular, turns medicine into a factory of necessity. Even if you are not standing on an actual battlefield at this moment, the era is shaped by conflict, colonial wars, frontier skirmishes, naval battles, and later, the Revolutionary War looming like thunder in the distance. Wherever men fight, bodies break. Wherever bodies break, healers learn, improvise, and argue. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you: military conflicts in 18th century North America, including the French and Indian War and later the American Revolutionary War, drive medical experience and innovation, especially in surgery, wound care, and the organization of care for large numbers of injured soldiers. You feel the pull toward a military camp as news arrives that a group of militiamen have returned with wounded from a clash. It might be a border skirmish, or a raid, or a battle that will later be argued about in taverns as glorious by men who are nowhere near the blood. The wounded are brought to a makeshift infirmary, not a hospital in the modern sense, but a barn, a church, a large house pressed into service. You step inside and the air hits you like a wall. Blood, sweat, smoke, damp wool, fear. Men lie on straw, groaning. Some are silent in that way that scares you more than noise. Surgeons move from body to body, sleeves rolled up, faces set in grim concentration. There is no time for elegance. There is triage by instinct and experience. Who can be saved with quick intervention, who needs comfort, who is already gone. Historians still argue whether the biggest medical progress from wartime comes from new techniques or simply from volume, because war forces practitioners to do the same procedures again and again, refining speed, learning patterns, and developing a rough understanding of what wounds become fatal and what wounds can be managed. Experience is a brutal teacher, but it teaches fast. You watch a surgeon examine a musket wound. He probes carefully, looking for the ball. He is trying to remove foreign material because he has noticed that leaving it often leads to worse outcomes. That observation is not germ theory, but it is a form of empiricism. Wounds that fester and smell often follow certain patterns. Wounds that are cleaned and drained sometimes do better. The surgeon might use water, wine, vinegar, or spirits to rinse. He might apply poultices. He might bandage tightly or loosely depending on the injury. The methods vary, but the goal is consistent. Prevent rot, and then you see it. Maggots, not as a horror story flourish, but as a grim reality. In warm weather or in crowded, unsanitary conditions, wounds attract flies. Maggots appear. Caregivers recoil. But some practitioners notice something strange. Wounds with maggots sometimes have less dead tissue and a cleaner look than wounds sealed and left to rot. This becomes one of those eerie, accidental treatments. A quirky tidbit, yes, and unsettling, but also fascinating. People do not always understand why, but they sometimes note that the maggots consume dead flesh more than living, and the wound can look better afterward. It is not a controlled therapy in this era, just a grotesque observation that will echo into later medical history. Joke 1. Because your brain needs a handrail, you think, so nature invented debridement, and you immediately want to apologize to your stomach for making it process that sentence. In another corner, a man with a shattered arm is being prepared for amputation. Again, the saw returns, because war produces injuries that cannot be fixed with splints. The surgeon works fast. Assistants hold the man down. Someone gives him rum. Someone holds his head. The man screams. The surgeon does not flinch. He has done this too many times to flinch. And that numbness is both skill and tragedy. You notice the organization of care. Someone is boiling water. Someone is tearing cloth into strips. Women, often camp followers or local volunteers, move among the injured offering water, broth, comfort. This is nursing before nursing is a standardized profession. It is human work, often done by women, often unpaid, often essential. In war, caregiving networks stretch beyond family into the wider community, because the volume of suffering demands it, a mainstream historical fact woven into the scene. During major conflicts, armies attempt to establish hospitals and supply systems, but shortages of food, clean water, medicines, and trained personnel are common. Disease often kills more soldiers than battle wounds. Even without exact numbers, everyone in camp knows sickness is the real monster. And yes, sickness is everywhere. Dysentery tears through camps, typhus, influenza, smallpox. Men who survive battle can die of diarrhea. It is almost insulting. You watch a soldier clutch his stomach, face gray, and you realize the battlefield is not just bullets. It is sanitation. It is contaminated water. It is crowded tents. It is exhaustion. Historians still argue about the relative impact of improved logistics and hygiene versus surgical technique in changing wartime survival. Because in many periods, preventing disease through better camp management can matter more than how fast a limb is removed. But those improvements are uneven, contested, and hard to maintain in chaotic conditions. You see a surgeon argue with an officer about supplies. He wants clean bandages. He wants vinegar. He wants more laudanum. The officer wants men back on their feet. They are speaking different languages. The surgeon speaks in bodies. The officer speaks in strategy. This friction shapes medicine. Decisions about who gets treatment, who gets rest, who gets sent back to duty are not purely medical. They are political and practical. Joke 2. Tired and sharp, you realize return-to-work culture is older than you thought. Except here, the workplace hazard is literally a cannonball. You also see improvisation, a splint made from a musket stock, a sling from torn uniform, a bandage from a shirt, a tourniquet from a belt. War strips life down to function, and medicine follows. People use what they have. At the edge of the makeshift infirmary, a small group of men is being inoculated against smallpox, or at least discussing it. In military contexts, smallpox prevention becomes urgent because outbreaks can decimate forces. Inoculation can be controversial, but leaders sometimes embrace it as a strategic necessity. You feel the earlier household debate expand into a larger one. Now, inoculation is not just about personal risk. It is about the strength of an army. You leave the camp with the smell of blood and smoke clinging to you. Back in town, the amputee's household is still in vigil mode. The man's fever has risen. The wound looks angry. The caregivers try to clean it. They apply poultices. They change cloths. The doctor visits and frowns. He talks about putrefaction, the dreaded rot. He might recommend another purge, another bleeding, anything to reduce inflammation, because that is how he interprets the body's fight. But the caregivers hesitate, because the man is already weak. Historians still argue whether the aggressive evacuative treatments applied to post-surgical patients helped or harmed, because blood loss and dehydration can weaken a body that needs strength to fight infection. Yet in the logic of the time, reducing excess seems sensible. You see the argument not in papers, but in the doctor's hands hovering over his lancet, and the caregiver's quiet refusal. Night falls. The amputee's breathing becomes shallow. Someone holds his hand. Someone whispers prayers. The room is lit by a single candle, flame trembling like it is nervous too. You sit by the hearth and listen, feeling how war's lessons and civilian life overlap. The same saw, the same cloths, the same desperate improvisation, the same hope that the body will endure. Joke 3? Barely a murmur. You think, at least they have battlefield experience now. And then you realize that is like saying, at least you have practiced suffering, which is not a comforting thought at all. Near dawn, the amputee's fever breaks, just a little. The wound still looks bad, but the man opens his eyes and speaks a few words. It is not victory, but it is a foothold. The caregivers cling to it. In this era, you learn to celebrate footholds, and as the day begins again, you understand why wartime medicine matters even to people far from the front. War accelerates experience. It forces organization. It spreads practices and debates. It teaches surgeons speed and nurses endurance. It also spreads disease and trauma. The battlefield is a harsh laboratory, and the lessons it produces seep outward into towns and homes, changing what healers attempt, what families expect, and what care even looks like when the world keeps breaking bodies faster than it can mend them. The amputee survives another night, and the household looks like it has aged a year in a week. The man's eyes are clearer now. Fever still threatening but no longer roaring. The wound is angry, but it is not pouring rot. The caregivers have earned this tiny improvement with relentless attention. You watch them work and realize how much survival depends on the people nobody calls heroic. Then, as the town settles into its uneasy rhythm again, you start noticing something you have been skirting around, something woven into every sick room and every household decision. Who gets care? How much care? And what kind of care depends on power? In 1700s America, slavery is not a background detail. It is a structure that shapes medicine in cruel and complicated ways. Enslaved people are often denied adequate care even as they are forced into caregiving roles. Their bodies are treated as labor and property, and their knowledge is used, borrowed, and often erased. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. In many parts of 18th century America, enslaved Africans and African Americans provide essential medical knowledge and caregiving, including herbal remedies and midwifery, while also being subject to coercion, experimentation, and neglect within slave systems. You walk toward a larger household, a plantation or a substantial farm, where sickness has spread among the enslaved quarters. The owner's family is nervous, not only because people are suffering, but because labor is disrupted. That is the cold truth. Illness among enslaved people is often viewed through an economic lens by enslavers. The language of loss and productivity clings to human bodies. Inside the quarters, you see a different kind of medicine. It is communal, resourceful, and shaped by necessity. People care for each other with what they have, sharing herbs, poultices, teas. They keep children close. They watch fevers. They do the same nursing work you have seen everywhere, but with less access to purchased medicines, less ability to rest, and more fear of punishment if they are perceived as faking illness. In this world, pain has to be proven to be believed. A woman, older, steady-eyed, is clearly a healer. She is not called doctor by the enslavers, but everyone here knows her role. She knows plants. She knows how to prepare them. She knows how to ease coughs, calm stomachs, reduce swelling, and help childbirth along. She learned through tradition carried across the Atlantic, through adaptation to new environments, through exchange with indigenous knowledge, and through hard-earned observation. Her hands move with practiced confidence. A quirky tidbit surfaces in whispered conversation. Some enslaved communities preserve and adapt specific botanical practices that draw on West and Central African traditions, identifying local American plants that can substitute for familiar ones. It is an act of resilience and intelligence. It is also one of the ways stolen people keep pieces of home alive through medicine. Yet this knowledge exists under threat. Enslavers sometimes fear enslaved healers, suspecting poisoning or rebellion. Herbal expertise can be seen as dangerous because it represents autonomy. This fear leads to control, surveillance, punishment. It can also lead to grim exploitation. Enslavers may demand remedies for their own families while refusing to acknowledge the healer's skill publicly. Historians still argue how much enslaved medical practice is preserved primarily through oral tradition versus being documented in planter records, because much of the knowledge is intentionally kept within communities and not written down for those who would misuse it. What survives on paper is often filtered through enslavers' eyes, which means the story is incomplete by design. You witness a moment that makes your stomach tighten. A physician arrives to tend the plantation owner's child, who has a fever. The physician is polite to the family, attentive, careful. He prescribes, he reassures, he collects payment. Then the owner mentions that the Negroes are sick too, as if mentioning livestock. The physician's posture changes. He agrees to take a look, but his attention is thinner, more impatient. He recommends basic measures, but he does not linger. The difference in care is visible, and you realize something. Inequality is not an abstract concept. It is the length of time a doctor spends at a bedside. It is the quality of cloth used for bandages. It is whether you are allowed to rest. In some cases, enslaved people are also subjected to medical experimentation without consent. Practices like inoculation might be tested. Treatments tried, bodies used as opportunities. Sometimes enslaved people are forced into inoculation because an outbreak threatens the enslaver's economic interest. Sometimes they are denied inoculation because the cost is not deemed worth it. Either way, choice is not there. Joke 1. Low and bitter in your mind. You think, at least the system is consistent. And then you realize the consistency is cruelty. So you swallow the joke before it leaves your mouth. In the quarters, the healer prepares a tea for fever. She uses bark and leaves, simmered slowly. She instructs someone to cool cloths for foreheads. She tells mothers to keep children hydrated. She encourages rest where possible, even though rest is often not permitted. She works around the edges of a system designed to extract, not to care. You also see how medicine becomes one of the few spaces where enslaved people can exercise agency. Caring for each other is a form of resistance, not always loud, but steady. Knowing remedies that ease suffering is a kind of power. It doesn't break chains, but it helps people endure them, and endurance itself can be an act of defiance. The plantation owner's wife quietly asks the healer for something for her own headaches. The healer gives a small bundle of herbs, and the wife thanks her in a tone that is almost respectful. Almost. But then she turns away and returns to the language of ownership. The whiplash is nauseating. Knowledge is taken, but dignity is not granted. Historians still argue whether the medical knowledge of enslaved healers significantly influenced broader Southern medical practice. Because there are hints and fragments, recipes adopted, plants popularized, midwifery techniques learned. But credit rarely follows the source. Influence without acknowledgement is a common pattern, and you can see it unfolding right here in the exchange of a bundle of herbs. You walk outside and see the fields, the big house, the quarters, and you understand medicine as part of the landscape of control. Enslavers decide who sees a doctor. They decide what medicines are purchased. They decide whether an illness is real. They decide whether an enslaved person is treated or worked until they collapse. And when an enslaved person heals someone, the system does not reward them with freedom. It rewards them with more demands. Joke 2. Soft but sharp. You realize thank you is not a currency here, and even when it is said, it buys almost nothing. Back in town, you hear another layer of this story. Free black communities and individuals also navigate medicine in complex ways. Some become healers, midwives, or practitioners, working within and against racist structures. They may be trusted by their communities and distrusted by white authorities. Their knowledge can be respected privately and dismissed publicly. The constant negotiation is exhausting. And then you encounter the ugliest intersection: punishment and medicine. An injured enslaved person might be treated not to relieve suffering, but to restore labor capacity. A wound is bound because a body must return to work, not because a person deserves comfort. The goal of care can be twisted into exploitation. That distortion is a medical reality of slavery. Historians still argue about how to interpret planter records that mention medical care for enslaved people, because the records might show treatments and supplies, but they often frame humans as assets. The presence of care does not equal compassion. Sometimes it is simply maintenance. You return to the quarters and see the healer tending a child with a cough. She rubs the child's chest with a warm mixture, holds the child upright, encourages slow sips of water. The mother watches, eyes shining with gratitude. This is medicine as love, in a place built to crush love. As night falls, you sit again by a hearth. But the warmth feels different after what you have seen. You cannot unsee the inequality. You cannot unfeel the way medicine is shaped by power. And yet, you also cannot deny the resilience, the healer's hands, the community's care, the knowledge preserved and adapted. The quiet acts of tending that keep people alive when the system would prefer they simply not cost anything. Joke 3. Whispered and weary. You think, at least healing is universal. And then you correct yourself, because the desire to heal might be universal, but the permission to be healed is not. The embers glow. The town sleeps uneasily. Somewhere, in a small room, a healer stirs herbs over a fire, keeping a fragile thread of life from snapping, one careful dose at a time. The next morning, you wake with that heavy, thoughtful kind of tired, the kind that comes from realizing the past is not just quaint cabins and candlelight. It is systems. It is choices. It is cruelty with paperwork, and it is also stubbornly people helping each other anyway. You step outside and breathe in cold air that smells of wood smoke and damp earth. The land is everywhere here, pressing close. Forests, fields, rivers, swamps, and as you walk, you realize the land is also a medicine cabinet, one that indigenous peoples have been reading for generations before colonists arrive with their wig-based confidence and their lancets. Indigenous healing is not a single practice, because indigenous nations are not a single people. But across many communities in 1700s North America, there are deep systems of medicine that blend botanical knowledge, spiritual practice, community ritual, and careful observation. Colonists often dismiss it in public and borrow it in private, especially when the plants work. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you: European colonists in North America adopt and adapt numerous indigenous medicinal plants and remedies over time, even as they frequently misunderstand, stereotype, or marginalize indigenous medical knowledge and practitioners. You are walking near the edge of town, toward a trading area or a borderland space where cultures meet uneasily. A colonist has a wound that will not heal well, and someone, quietly, suggests an indigenous remedy. The suggestion is spoken like a secret, because public pride is loud, but private desperation is louder. You meet an indigenous healer, or perhaps you simply witness knowledge being shared through a translator or a mixed community member. The healer examines the wound, not with a theatrical flourish, but with attention. She asks questions. She observes. She considers the person as part of an environment, not separate from it. Then she prepares a poultice from local plants, maybe something with antimicrobial properties, maybe something that reduces inflammation. She applies it carefully, wraps it, and instructs the patient on how to care for it. The colonist watching looks skeptical, but hopeful, which is a very common emotional pairing when you are borrowing knowledge you have been trained to belittle. A quirky tidbit surfaces as someone mentions that certain plants like sassafras become wildly popular among Europeans as miracle remedies at various points, sometimes exported and marketed aggressively. Sassafras is used by some indigenous groups and becomes part of colonial medicine too, though colonists often strip it of its cultural context and inflate its claims. It is one of those moments where a plant goes from being part of a nuanced healing tradition to being a commodity with a sales pitch. Historians still argue whether colonial adoption of indigenous remedies is best understood as respectful exchange, opportunistic appropriation, or an unstable mix of both that changes depending on the specific region and relationships involved. Standing here, you can see the mix. There are moments of genuine learning and respect. There are also moments of theft, where knowledge is taken without recognition, and sometimes used to build colonial prestige. You also see something deeper. Indigenous healing is not only plants, it is ceremony, community, and meaning. A healer might use song, smoke, sweat lodges, or other rituals depending on culture and region. Those practices are not add-ons to them. They are part of the medicine. They align the person with community and spirit. Colonists often reduce this to superstition, not because it is inherently irrational, but because it does not fit European frameworks of authority and proof. Meanwhile, colonists bring their own diseases, and indigenous communities bear a disproportionate burden. Smallpox, measles, and other infections devastate many native populations in waves across the centuries, including the 1700s. Some communities develop strategies of quarantine, flight, altered settlement patterns, and inoculation in some contexts. But the scale of disease is catastrophic, a mainstream historical fact woven into the scene. Epidemics introduced through European contact are a major driver of indigenous population decline in many regions, with smallpox in particular causing repeated severe outbreaks. And here, the mood shifts, because medicine is not just healing, it is also survival under invasion. Indigenous healers are asked not only to treat coughs and wounds, but to respond to entire communities in crisis. They innovate, adapt, and sometimes incorporate new materials and methods. They also face violence, displacement, and the disruption of food systems that makes health worse. Malnutrition and stress amplify disease. It is a brutal feedback loop. You see colonists borrowing what they can: a tea for fever, a bark for pain, a poultice for infection, knowledge of which plants soothe stomach troubles. You also see colonists misunderstanding and misusing plants, taking the wrong part, harvesting at the wrong time, overdosing, or expecting a one-size cure. Indigenous knowledge is often specific and contextual, tied to seasons, preparation methods, and the person's condition. Strip it from context and it can become less effective or even harmful. Joke 1. Gentle but pointed. You watch a colonist insist on using an herb exactly like the healer said, while refusing to listen to the part about diet and rest. And you think, congratulations, you have invented selective listening, the oldest medical technology of all. An indigenous elder speaks about balance too, but it is a different kind of balance than the humors. It is balance between person and place, between spirit and body, between individual and community. You can feel the philosophical gap. European medicine often tries to control the body like a machine. Indigenous frameworks, in many cases, treat the body as part of a living web. Neither is monolithic, but the contrast is there. Historians still argue how much indigenous medical knowledge influenced the development of American botanical medicine later on, because certain plants and practices clearly enter colonial pharmacopoeias, but the record often credits European writers who compile lists rather than the native experts who taught them. Again, influence without acknowledgement. You walk with a trader who has a sack of dried plants. Some gathered locally, some traded. He brags about how we discovered this or that. You feel your jaw tighten. The plants were not discovered. They were known. They were used. They were taught. But in colonial language, knowledge becomes property through naming. A quirky tidbit slips in. Some colonists become fascinated with indigenous sweating practices and attempt to replicate sweat baths or sweating treatments, sometimes using them for fevers or rheumatism. Sweating exists in European medicine too, but indigenous methods and meanings differ, and colonists often copy the physical form without understanding the cultural purpose. It is like someone copying a song's melody but missing the lyrics. Joke 2. Soft, you think. So basically, they're doing cultural remix medicine. And then you realize the remix comes with displacement and death, which is not the fun kind of remix. Back in town, you see the result of this borrowing in the medicine chest. Plants with indigenous origins are now common remedies. Some are effective, some are overhyped. Some are used incorrectly. But the botanical landscape of colonial medicine is shaped by indigenous expertise. Whether the colonists admit it or not, you also see indigenous people navigating colonial medical systems when they have to, sometimes seeking European treatments for certain conditions, sometimes accepting inoculation, sometimes trading for medicines like alcohol-based tinctures, sometimes rejecting them. It is not a simple story of one side teaching the other. It is a complex, fraught exchange under unequal power. Historians still argue whether the adoption of inoculation and other practices in indigenous communities is primarily driven by pragmatic survival or by alliances and pressures within colonial politics. Because medical choices are never purely medical in a colonized landscape. They are tied to trust, trade, and coercion. As night falls, you return to the hearth with a new awareness. American medicine in the 1700s is not just imported European tradition. It is a patchwork stitched together from many hands, many cultures, many forced encounters. And some of the most valuable threads in that patchwork come from people who are pushed aside, dismissed, or erased. The fire settles into embers. Your eyes grow heavy, and in the quiet, you picture the forest as a living pharmacy. The leaves and bark holding knowledge that existed long before any colonist wrote it down. You picture healers passing that knowledge with care, even as the world around them tries to take it. Joke 3. Whispered like a bedtime thought. You think, at least the plants don't care who uses them. And then you realize the plants may not, but people do, and justice matters even when the remedy works. The forest pharmacy still lingers in your mind the next day. The sense that healing can be a conversation with the land instead of a fight with your own body. You walk back toward town with that thought tucked under your coat like a warm stone. The streets look ordinary again. Carts, smoke, laundry lines. Someone shouting at a stubborn chicken, and then you notice someone in the square, a man standing too still, eyes unfocused, muttering to himself like he is trying to remember how to be human. People skirt around him. A child points and gets pulled back by the wrist. An older woman crosses herself. Someone whispers the word that catches everything they do not understand. Mad. In 1700s America, mental illness is not neatly separated from morality, spirituality, or physical health. Madness is a category that can include depression, psychosis, dementia, epilepsy, brain injury, alcoholism, and everything else that makes behavior unpredictable. Sometimes people are treated with surprising tenderness in families. Sometimes they are hidden. Sometimes they are punished. Sometimes they are confined. The response depends on community resources, beliefs, and fear. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. By the 18th century, people with mental illness in American colonies and early America are often cared for by families. But those deemed dangerous or unmanageable may be confined in jails, almshouses, or early institutions. And approaches to treatment commonly include restraint, moral guidance, and physical interventions like bleeding or purging. You follow at a distance as a few men approach the muttering man. Not cruelly, at first, but cautiously. The way you approach a dog you do not know. They speak to him. He does not respond normally. He flinches, then laughs, then begins to cry. The men exchange looks. They're not sure whether he is sick, drunk, cursed, or simply broken. The town's minister arrives, because ministers are often called when the mind is the problem. He speaks gently, asking if the man has eaten, if he has slept, if he has been drinking. He tries prayer first, because prayer is one of the few tools that feels available to everyone. Some people believe the man is afflicted by sin, or temptation, or demonic forces. Others think his mind is simply disordered, like a compass spinning. Historians still argue how common it is for colonists to interpret mental distress primarily through religious frameworks versus medical ones, because the two are often intertwined. A physician might talk about humors and the brain. A minister might talk about spiritual imbalance. Many families do both at once. Because why pick one explanation when you are desperate? The man's sister arrives, breathless, eyes raw. She says he has not been himself since their father died. Since the winter hunger, since the fever that nearly killed him. You can hear the overlapping possibilities: grief, trauma, malnutrition, illness affecting the brain. The sister says he sometimes stares for hours, sometimes rages, sometimes thinks people are plotting. The town listens, and the whispering changes tone. It becomes less monster and more tragedy. Not always, but sometimes. They decide to bring him home. The sister pleads for help. The minister suggests calm, prayer, routine. Someone suggests a physician. Someone suggests restraint for his own safety. And you see the cruel irony. The more unwell he appears, the more likely he is to lose freedom. The community's fear of unpredictability can turn into chains. At the sister's house, the man sits rocking on a stool, eyes darting. The physician arrives this time. He asks questions, checks the man's pulse, looks at his tongue, as if the body can explain the mind. In this era, that is not an absurd approach. The mind is not considered separate. If the blood is hot, if the body is full, if the head is congested, these are believed to affect thoughts and behavior. The physician recommends, of course, evacuation, a purge to clear bad humors, perhaps bleeding to reduce pressure or heat in the head. He might recommend blistering the scalp or neck to draw inflammation away. He might recommend cold water applications. It is physical medicine for mental distress, because the framework assumes a physical imbalance. A quirky tidbit surfaces as the sister mentions a neighbor who swears by turning the patient, meaning changing their environment dramatically, taking them to different air or scenery, believing that a shift in surroundings can reset the mind. In modern terms, it sounds like an early, crude version of environment-based therapy, though it is often mixed with superstition. But the instinct is not completely wrong. Environment, stress, and routine can influence mental state. Joke 1. Soft, you think. So their mental health plan is basically fresh air and vibes. And then you remember fresh air is one of the few non-terrifying interventions on the list. So honestly, you cannot fully mock it. The sister hesitates at bleeding. She has watched what bleeding does to weak bodies, but the physician insists the man's agitation shows dangerous internal heat. The sister agrees, because authority weighs heavy when you are afraid. The man resists. He thrashes. The men restrain him. The lancet flashes. Blood flows. The man sobs, then slumps, exhausted. Does it help? Maybe for a moment. Exhaustion looks like calm. Weakness looks like peace. But the mind is still troubled, and the underlying distress remains. You can feel the tragic loop. Treatments that sedate or weaken can be mistaken for cure because they reduce disruptive behavior. Historians still argue whether early approaches to mental illness in the 18th century are best described as purely punitive, or whether there are genuine currents of compassion and therapeutic intent, because both exist. You see compassion in the sister's hands, in her voice, in her refusal to abandon him. You see punitive containment in the way neighbors talk about locking him up if he causes trouble. You see the thin line between safety and control. In the days that follow, the household tries structure. The sister insists he eat. She encourages him to help with small tasks. She keeps him away from alcohol if she can. She asks neighbors not to provoke him. The minister visits to pray, to talk, to remind him of Scripture, hoping it anchors him. The physician checks in and suggests tonics, perhaps strengthening drafts once the excess is reduced. Sometimes the man seems better. He laughs softly at a joke. He helps carry wood. He looks at his sister with recognition. And then, suddenly, He plunges again into fear, muttering that someone is watching. The sister's hope rises and falls like a candle flame in wind. Joke 2. Quiet and sad. You realize the town has no word for therapy, but it definitely has a word for people talking about you. And it is called everyone. The sister grows exhausted. She cannot watch him every moment. She cannot afford to stop working. She worries about the children in the house. She worries about her own safety if his agitation turns violent. These are real concerns, not cruelty. Caregiving can be dangerous and overwhelming when resources are limited. So the talk of confinement returns. In some places, by the late 1700s, specialized institutions for the mentally ill begin to develop. But many people are still placed in jails, almshouses, or poor houses. The goal is containment more than treatment. The environment can be harsh. Cold cells, chains, little comfort. Yet families sometimes choose it because they have no other option, and because communities pressure them. The phrase, "for his own good," becomes a heavy excuse. Historians still argue about the effectiveness and morality of early institutional approaches, especially when compared to family care. Because family care can be loving, but also neglectful or abusive, and institutions can be protective, but also dehumanizing. There is no perfect solution in a world with limited understanding and limited resources. The sister delays confinement as long as she can. She asks neighbors for help watching him. A friend offers to stay a night. Another offers food. A few offer only gossip. Still, the web of community support, imperfect as it is, stretches toward her. One night, the man becomes frantic, convinced the house is on fire when it is not. He tries to run outside into the cold. They hold him back. He screams. The children cry. The sister breaks down for a moment, face in her hands. Then she pulls herself together, because she has to. The next morning, she agrees to take him to the town's poorhouse or jail for a time, hoping the restraint will prevent harm. The minister promises to visit. The physician offers another tonic. The sister's eyes look empty with grief, because choosing confinement feels like betrayal even when it is survival. Joke 3, barely a whisper. You think, at least he'll be safe. And then you remember the place is a jail. So safe is doing gymnastics. You walk with them to the building. The man is quieter now. Perhaps from exhaustion, perhaps from resignation. He looks at the sky with a strange clarity, as if the open air is the only thing he trusts. The sister squeezes his hand and whispers that she will come back. As you stand there, you understand that mental illness in 1700s America is treated with the tools people have: religion, community, restraint, physical medicine, routine, and sometimes compassion that is stretched thin by fear. The mind is not yet fully medicalized, but it is not ignored either. It is interpreted through the frameworks available, and those frameworks can both help and harm. You return to the hearth that night feeling quieter, heavier. The fire's warmth is gentle, but it cannot erase what you have seen: a man drifting in his own mind, a sister trying to anchor him with love, a town deciding whether to hold or to hide. And as embers settle, you realize the story of medicine here is also the story of what a community does with people who do not fit neatly into its expectations. The sickbed is one kind of vulnerability. The troubled mind is another. In both cases, care is a test of humanity. And in the 1700s, humanity is often compassionate, often frightened, and always imperfect. You wake up the next morning with the image of the jail door still in your mind, that heavy clunk of wood and iron that sounds like finality. Outside, the town is moving again, because towns always move. even when grief is sitting in the corners. Smoke rises from chimneys. Someone laughs too loudly in the street, as if noise can scare away dread. The river glints cold in the distance, looking innocent, which is rude, considering what rivers do for a living in the 1700s. Today, you are pulled toward the port, even if your town is not Boston or Philadelphia. There is always a port somewhere feeding it, like a mouth breathing in ships and breathing out goods, people and diseases. Ports are arteries. They are also open wounds. They connect you to the world, and the world, bless it, is constantly carrying new trouble. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you. 18th century American port cities experience recurrent epidemics and implement public health measures like quarantine and isolation. But understanding of contagion is incomplete, and responses are shaped by fear, commerce, and politics. You walk down toward the waterfront, and you can smell it before you see it. Salt, tar, fish, wet rope, human sweat. The docks are busy even when they are afraid. Men unload barrels. Women haggle over goods. Children dart between legs. And above it all is that hum of rumor. A ship has arrived with sickness aboard. It could be smallpox. It could be yellow fever in later decades. It could be typhus. It could be something unknown that will be described with vague terror. The exact label changes, but the pattern stays the same. A vessel appears, and the town stiffens like an animal catching scent of a predator. The officials argue immediately. Do you quarantine the ship? If you quarantine it, you protect the town. Maybe. But you also delay trade. You anger merchants. You risk shortages. You risk losing money, and money has a loud voice. If you let the ship dock freely, you risk the disease spreading, you risk panic, you risk death. There is no option that doesn't cost. Historians still argue whether early quarantine efforts in American ports were primarily effective disease control or mostly symbolic reassurance, because enforcement is uneven. Diagnoses are uncertain, and diseases spread through complex routes that people don't fully grasp. But even symbolic measures can shape behavior, and behavior matters. You watch a group of men in authority stand at the edge of the dock, talking sharply. A quarantine flag might be raised or a warning shouted. People debate whether bad air from the ship will drift into town like a poisonous fog. Some insist the sickness is carried by stench. Others insist it is carried by contact, by bedding, by clothing, by fomitis, even if they do not use that modern word. The truth is partly there in their instincts. They just don't have the full map. The ship is ordered to anchor away from the main docks, or to remain in a designated quarantine area. The sick are not allowed into town, or at least that is the plan. Plans in ports are always challenged by human behavior. Sailors sneak ashore. Merchants bribe. Goods are offloaded in secret. People lie about symptoms because fear and hunger both make liars of us. A quirky tidbit surfaces as someone points toward a small building near the shore. A pest house or quarantine house where sick travelers might be held away from the town. These facilities vary widely. Sometimes just crude shelters. Sometimes more organized, often underfunded and grim. They exist because people have learned, through hard experience, that separating the sick can matter, even if they don't fully know why. Joke 1, tired and a little sharp. You realize this is the original travel restrictions drama, except instead of arguing online, they're literally standing on a dock yelling at a ship. The rumor spreads faster than any sailor. By afternoon, people in town are whispering, "Don't go near the waterfront. Don't buy fish from the docks. Don't shake hands with anyone who's been unloading cargo." Markets thin out. Taverns become tense. Churches debate whether to gather or to pray from home. And the town's social life begins to fray. because epidemics turn every relationship into a risk assessment. The physicians, meanwhile, are busy and divided. Some emphasize cleaning streets, removing filth, improving ventilation, burning tar or herbs to purify the air. That aligns with miasma theory. Others focus on isolation and limiting contact. Some do both. Because in a crisis, you stack every defense you can think of, even if the defenses contradict. Historians still argue how much miasma-based sanitation efforts inadvertently reduced disease transmission in certain cases. Because while the theory is wrong about airborne vapors being the cause of many infections, efforts to clean up waste, improve drainage, and reduce crowding can still reduce illness. Sometimes wrong reasoning leads to right action, and that's one of history's most irritating habits. You walk past a narrow alley where wastewater runs toward the river. It smells awful. People cover their noses and mutter about bad air. You, modern mind, think about bacteria and contamination, and you realize they're sniffing the problem, just mislabeling it. In the evenings, you hear the bell ring more often. The dead are carried quietly. Families hang signs or mark doors, sometimes as to warn others. Neighbors bring food and leave it on steps, not wanting to enter. Children are kept inside. The town's normal noise becomes muted, as if everyone is trying not to attract the disease's attention. The port is a particularly cruel stage for epidemics because it is full of strangers, sailors, immigrants, travelers, enslaved people forced through trade routes, merchants, refugees. When disease arrives, strangers are easy to blame. You hear people claim the sickness is foreign, as if being foreign makes you guilty. You hear words loaded with fear and prejudice. Epidemics amplify existing biases like a fire fed by dry wood. Joke 2, soft but pointed. You think, it's amazing how quickly people become amateur epidemiologists. And then you realize their main research method is, my cousin's friend said. So yes, the peer review process is basically the tavern. The town authorities issue instructions. Avoid crowds. Keep streets cleaner. Report cases. Sometimes they enforce quarantines on houses. Sometimes they restrict travel. Sometimes they shut down certain gatherings. But enforcement depends on manpower and cooperation, and both are limited. People resist. People comply. People hide. In the pest house, the sick lie on rough beds. The caretaker offers water, broth, perhaps laudanum. Physicians might visit, but treatment options are limited. If it's smallpox, inoculation might be discussed for those not yet infected. But during an outbreak, the timing and risk are fraught. If it's a fever illness, bleeding and purging still appear, because that's the tool set. Some caregivers focus on keeping the patient hydrated and cool. Some focus on sweating. Some try vinegar washes. Some burn herbs. Historians still argue about the degree to which contagionist thinking, the idea that disease spreads by contact, competes with miasma theory in different 18th century American settings. Because both concepts coexist, sometimes in the same person. You can see it in the way people avoid touching and also avoid bad smells. They're building a defense out of mixed logic. One night, you stand near the waterfront and watch the quarantine ship's lanterns bob in the dark. It looks like a floating city of sickness, held at a distance by fear and policy. A boat rows out with supplies, leaving food, perhaps collecting letters. The rowers wear scarves over their faces, not for germs exactly, but for smell, for dread, for the feeling that cloth can be a barrier between you and fate. Back in town, the mother from your earlier household asks you to be careful. She's already lived through inoculation fear. She does not want to do it again. You nod. Everyone nods. And then someone still goes to market because they need flour. Someone still visits a sick friend because love overrides caution. Someone still takes a job unloading cargo because hunger overrides fear. Epidemic rules collide with survival needs. Joke 3. A sleepy sigh. You think, just stay home. And then you remember staying home is easy advice when you have food, money, and a house that isn't one room shared by 10 people. So the advice falls apart in your hands, like ash. Days pass. The town either contains the outbreak somewhat or it doesn't. Sometimes the quarantine holds. Sometimes it fails. Sometimes disease slips in through a back channel and everyone pretends it was inevitable. The records later will argue about causes. Blame ships, blame weather, blame morals. But in the lived moment, it's simpler and harsher. People get sick, and the town tries not to break. You sit by the hearth again as the epidemic hums in the background, and you realize the port city is like a magnifying glass for everything you've been learning. Medicine is not just remedies. It is policy. It is commerce. It is prejudice. It is community. It is who gets isolated and who gets helped. It is who is allowed to be sick in the public and who is forced to suffer quietly. The fire settles. The outside world is full of distant bells and muffled voices, and you drift into sleep with the image of the quarantined ship still rocking on black water. A reminder that in 1700s America, illness can arrive on the tide, and the town's best defense is a messy mix of fear, improvisation, and the fragile hope that distance will be enough. The epidemic fog still hangs over the town, even when the air looks clear. People step around each other like they're all made of glass, and every handshake feels like a dare. You can feel the community's nerves stretched thin, like a rope that might snap if someone coughs too loud. And into that tension strolls a man with a smile that is just a little too confident. He is not the local physician. He is not the midwife. He's not the apothecary who at least measures things with a scale. He's a traveler, a seller, a performer with a wagon, a bright sign, and a voice that carries across the square like he is announcing a miracle. Patent medicines, snake oil, panaceas. Whatever name you give them, this is the part of 1700s medicine where hope becomes a marketplace stall, and desperation becomes a customer, a mainstream historical fact to anchor you. In 18th century America, a vibrant medical marketplace includes not only trained physicians and apothecaries, but also itinerant vendors and irregular practitioners selling proprietary remedies, often advertised with bold claims and lacking reliable regulation. The crowd gathers, because crowds always gather when someone promises relief. The vendor stands on a crate and holds up a bottle so the glass catches the sunlight. The liquid is amber, or green, or suspiciously perfect. He claims it cures fevers, coughs, flux, melancholy, weakness, worms, and the troubles of women, all in one cheerful gulp. He claims it is made from rare ingredients from faraway places. And he says the formula is secret because, of course it is. The same way your aunt's secret recipe is secret because it is just salt and butter. Joke 1. Soft. You realize the first influencer economy is literally a guy on a box saying, "Trust me," and you want to laugh. But then you look at the faces in the crowd and you see how badly they want to believe. The local physician watches from the edge, arms crossed. He is annoyed, not only because the vendor is stealing money, but because the vendor is stealing authority. Physicians in the 1700s are still building their professional status. They are trying to separate themselves from folk healers, from midwives, from barber surgeons, from anyone who treats bodies without a formal claim. And itinerant sellers threaten that claim because they compete in the same marketplace of pain. Historians still argue whether the rise of medical professionalism is driven more by genuine improvements in knowledge or by social and economic efforts to control who gets to call themselves a healer and who gets paid. Standing here, you can see the economics plainly. The physician wants trust, and trust is money. But the crowd does not care about professional boundaries. The crowd cares about their cough, their child's fever, their aching joints, their fear of the next epidemic wave. The vendor's product offers a simple story. One bottle, one cure. Simplicity is seductive in a complex world. The apothecary, meanwhile, is a different kind of figure. He might resent the vendor too, because the vendor's secret formula competes with the apothecary's compounded prescriptions, but the apothecary also knows that he, too, is part of commerce. He sells hope in jars and powders. The difference is not always the presence of commerce, but the presence of restraint and transparency. Sometimes, you edge closer to listen. The vendor's speech is a performance, full of testimonials. He points to a man in the crowd who nods enthusiastically, likely paid or persuaded. He claims the medicine saved the man from death's door. People murmur. Someone clutches their own chest, imagining relief. The physician scoffs quietly. But he cannot offer a perfect alternative. He can offer bleeding, purging, blistering, maybe cinchona bark for certain fevers, maybe laudanum for pain, maybe inoculation for smallpox if the timing is right. Today, he can offer care and observation. He cannot offer certainty. The vendor offers certainty in a bottle. Joke 2. You think doctors hate him for this one weird trick, and you immediately hate yourself because the phrase fits too well. Now, to be fair, not every irregular practitioner is a fraud. Some healers outside the formal medical establishment have real skill. Bone setters who can manipulate joints. Herbalists who know plants intimately. Midwives who save lives. Even some traveling practitioners who have learned effective techniques. The problem is that without standard regulation and with varying quality, the line between skilled and scammy is blurry to the patient. Reputation becomes the main filter, and reputation can be bought, faked, or inflated. A quirky tidbit slips into the moment as someone mentions that some patent medicines contain alcohol, opium, or other potent substances that produce noticeable effects. If you drink a tonic and feel warm, relaxed, or sleepy, you might interpret that as healing, and in a way, you are not entirely wrong. Pain relief and sedation are real effects, but they can also mask symptoms, create dependence, and drain money. The vendor's bottle might be less snake oil and more boozy opium syrup, which is both effective and dangerous. A woman in the crowd buys a bottle. She has a child at home with a cough. The vendor tells her to give a spoonful morning and night. The physician mutters that it could be harmful. The woman looks at him with tired eyes and says, "And what will you give me instead?" The physician has no perfect answer. He might offer advice, he might offer a remedy, but he cannot guarantee. The woman leaves with the bottle because at least it is something. You follow her part way, and you feel the moral complexity tighten around you. It is easy to mock quacks when you have modern medicine. It is harder when you live in a world where official medicine can also hurt you, and where many illnesses resolve on their own, making any remedy look like a hero if it happens to be taken at the right moment. Historians still argue how to measure the harm of quack medicines in a period when even mainstream treatments are sometimes dangerous, because the baseline is already risky. Some patent medicines likely do harm directly through toxic ingredients. Some do harm indirectly by delaying effective care or draining resources. Some provide comfort. The truth is uneven. Back at the apothecary shop, you see the merchant side of medicine clearly. Bottles labeled with fancy names, imported powders, advertisements pinned to the wall. Even the apothecary is participating in branding, because branding sells. The physician might pretend he is above it, but he also cultivates a reputation, dresses a certain way, speaks with authority, perhaps writes pamphlets. Medicine in the 1700s is not only science, it is social performance. The physician later speaks to the town council about controlling itinerant vendors, arguing that they endanger public health. The merchants push back, arguing that trade must remain free. The council hesitates, because regulating medicine means confronting commerce, and commerce has friends. The debate becomes political. Joke 3, sleepy. You realize bureaucracy is also timeless, because even in a health crisis, people can still spend 3 meetings arguing about whether to do anything. Meanwhile, in homes across town, people are making choices. Some go to the physician, some go to the apothecary. Some rely on household remedies. Some buy the vendor's bottle. Many do all of the above, stacking treatments like layers of clothing against winter, because you do not want to choose wrong. You visit the house of the woman who bought the bottle. Her child coughs, chest rattling. She gives a small spoonful of the tonic. The child grimaces, then relaxes. Perhaps it is the alcohol. Perhaps it is opium. Perhaps it is placebo. The child sleeps, and the mother looks relieved. Because relief is rare, the physician might be right that it is risky. But the mother sees her child resting, and rest feels like medicine. This is the heartbreaking truth. Quackery thrives where pain is unsolved. It thrives where official systems cannot deliver consistent, safe relief. It thrives where people are desperate. Historians still argue whether the public's trust in irregular practitioners reflects ignorance or rational adaptation to limited options. And watching this mother, you cannot call her ignorant. She is adapting. She is trying to keep her child alive with the tools she can access. As night falls, the vendor packs his wagon and moves on to the next town, leaving behind empty pockets and full rumors. The physician returns to his rounds, carrying his bag, still trying to practice in a world that resists neat answers. The apothecary closes his shop, counting coins, measuring powders for tomorrow's customers. You sit by your hearth and feel the uncomfortable continuity. Medicine here is always tangled with trust. Who do you believe? Who do you pay? Who do you let touch your body? In the 1700s, those questions are not abstract. They are nightly decisions. The fire crackles low. The town outside is quieter, but not calm. And you drift toward sleep knowing that in this century, a cure is sometimes a plant, sometimes a knife, sometimes a prayer, and sometimes just a man on a crate selling certainty in a bottle. The vendor's wagon rattles out of town before dawn, leaving behind the echo of promises and the faint smell of spilled tonic. You wake with that strange mix of relief and unease that comes after a storm you did not fully see but still felt. The epidemic tension is lower now, or maybe people are just tired of being afraid. Fear has a shelf life. After a while, it turns into routine. Today, your feet carry you toward the places people do not visit unless they have no other choice. The almshouse, the poorhouse, sometimes a hospital, though that word is generous. In 1700s America, hospitals are not where most people go to get better. They are where the poor, the friendless, the chronically ill, and the dying often end up. If you have family, you are cared for at home. If you have money, you hire help. Institutions are the safety net for those with neither. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you: early American hospitals and almshouses primarily serve the poor and marginalized, functioning as a mix of shelter, infirmary, and last resort, and are often associated with high mortality rather than guaranteed recovery. The building itself looks tired. Thick walls, small windows, a smell that announces itself before the door opens. Inside, the air is heavy with boiled cabbage, sweat, damp bedding, and resignation. Rows of beds line the room, some occupied, some empty in that way that makes you wonder how recently. Privacy does not exist here. Illness is communal. You notice immediately that this is not a place designed for healing so much as for containment. People are fed, people are housed, people are watched. Sometimes they recover, sometimes they decline slowly, like candles burning in drafts. A woman near the door coughs weakly, chest rattling. An older man stares at the ceiling, eyes tracking something only he can see. A young laborer with a broken arm lies stiffly, splint awkward but functional. A child sleeps curled like a question mark, ribs visible under thin skin. You feel the weight of all the stories pressed into one room. The caretaker moves through the space with practiced efficiency. She knows who needs water. She knows who needs turning to avoid sores. She knows who is dying, even if she will not say it out loud. She does not have much medicine. She has food, cloths, basic remedies, and endurance. That is the job description. Historians still argue whether almshouses and early hospitals are primarily humanitarian responses or mechanisms of social control, because they do provide care, but they also segregate poverty and illness from public view. Standing here, you can feel both truths. This place exists because people need help. It also exists so suffering can be managed out of sight. A physician visits on a schedule, not continuously. He makes rounds, checks pulses, looks at wounds, listens to lungs, prescribes what he can. He may bleed someone. He may order a purge. He may recommend rest. Which is ironic because rest is the one thing everyone here is already doing too much of. His presence is brief. The caretakers are constant. You see how disease clusters here. One cough becomes 3. One fever becomes many. Close quarters, limited ventilation, shared bedding, all turn illness into a chain reaction. People know this. They talk about it. They fear it. But where else are the sick poor supposed to go? A quirky tidbit drifts through the caretaker's muttering as she mentions hospital fever, a term people use for the sickness that seems to bloom inside institutions themselves. They do not know about microbes, but they notice patterns. People who enter sometimes get worse in ways that feel different from the original illness. The building itself feels unhealthy. You can almost hear the walls absorbing it. Joke 1. Soft and sad. You think, at least everyone's already lying down. And then you realize that's not funny at all. It's just true. In one corner, a woman is in labor. Not ideal, not planned. But the body does not wait for better accommodations. A midwife has been called, and the caretaker helps as best she can. Privacy is improvised with hanging cloths. The birth happens anyway, because life has terrible timing and excellent persistence. In another bed, a man is dying of consumption, tuberculosis, though no one calls it that yet. He coughs blood into a cloth, embarrassed even now, apologizing for the mess. The caretaker tells him it is all right, because saying it is all right is sometimes the only comfort left. He grows thinner, his breath shorter. The timeline is long enough to feel cruel. Historians still argue about the causes of high mortality in early hospitals. Is it the severity of cases admitted, the conditions of the institutions, the treatments used, or all of the above? Watching this room, you do not need to choose. It is all of it. Stacked. You step outside briefly for air and notice the contrast immediately. Even the coal feels cleaner. You lean against the wall and think about how the sick poor are managed as a category. Charity exists. Churches donate. Town councils allocate funds. But the underlying logic is containment. Help, yes. Comfort. Sometimes cure, maybe. But order always. You also notice who is here disproportionately. The elderly without family. Widows. The disabled. Immigrants. People whose labor has worn out their bodies. Health and economics are inseparable. Illness pushes people into poverty. Poverty keeps people ill. The almshouse sits right at that intersection, catching those who fall. Joke 2. Bitter but true. You realize social safety net in the 1700s is mostly just a net. And even then it's got holes big enough to lose people through. Back inside. The caretaker offers you a task. Carry water, tear cloth. Sit with someone who is frightened. You do it, because being useful is grounding. You sit by the man with consumption for a while. He asks if you think he will see spring. You do not answer directly. You talk about the weather instead, because sometimes hope and distraction are the same thing. Later, a body is carried out, quietly, no ceremony. Space is needed. The bed will be filled again soon. This is not callousness. It is survival logistics. Historians still argue whether early hospitals inadvertently slowed the development of community-based care by institutionalizing illness, or whether they represent the necessary first steps toward organized medicine. You can feel the ambiguity in your bones. This place is not kind, but it is something. And something is better than nothing when nothing is cold. Streets and starvation. As dusk settles, lamps are lit. Shadows stretch long across the floor. The caretaker does one last round, adjusting blankets, murmuring reassurance, checking pulses. Her face is tired in a way that suggests years of repetition. She does not romanticize this work. She does it because someone has to. You leave as night deepens, and the building looms behind you, heavy and quiet. The town beyond looks almost peaceful, which feels like an insult. But peace, you learn, is unevenly distributed. Back at the hearth, you sit with the fire and think about what medicine means here. It is not just what saves you, it is what catches you when saving is no longer possible. It is shelter, it is supervision, it is dignity. Sometimes thin, sometimes threadbare, but present in small gestures. Joke 3, whispered as you grow drowsy. You think, at least they're cared for, and then you add, softly, as much as this world knows how. The fire crackles low, your eyes close, and somewhere behind you, in a long room with many beds, people breathe, cough, sleep, and wait, held together by a system that is imperfect, overwhelmed, and trying anyway. You wake with the smell of the almshouse still stuck in your mind, like a stain you cannot scrub out. It is not just the odor of bodies and bedding. It is the smell of a society deciding, quietly, who gets to be comfortable while sick and who has to be managed like a problem. Outside, though, the world looks bright, almost cheerful, like it has no idea what was happening behind those thick walls. Snowlight glints off roofs. Someone is chopping wood with the steady rhythm of a life that cannot pause for philosophy. And yet, beneath the daily grind, something is shifting, not with trumpets, not with a grand announcement, but with that slow, stubborn wobble of old ideas when reality keeps refusing to behave. You start noticing it in the doctor's language. He still talks about balance and humors. Sure, but he also talks about observations. He talks about cases. He compares outcomes. He admits, sometimes, that a treatment did not help. He changes his mind based on what he has seen. That is the turning tide. It is not a clean revolution. It is a gradual reweighting of what counts as proof, a mainstream historical fact to anchor you. In the late 1700s, medical thinking in the Atlantic world increasingly emphasizes anatomy, observation, and systematic recording of cases, even as older humoral ideas and traditional practices remain influential. You walk with a physician on his rounds because he has grown used to your presence, or at least resigned to it, which is the highest form of 1700s friendship. He visits a patient with a lingering fever and does not immediately reach for the lancet. Instead, he asks about the course of the illness. When did the fever begin? Does it spike at certain times? Does the patient sweat at night? Is there a pattern? Pattern recognition is becoming a tool, not always accurate, but intentional. He mentions that some fevers seem to come and go in cycles, and he is more willing now to use Peruvian bark without insisting on bleeding first. That matters. It suggests a small shift, therapy chosen because it works in certain patterns, not because tradition demands evacuation. Historians still argue whether this shift is driven mainly by new scientific ideas or by practical experience in colonies and armies, where certain remedies like cinchona prove their worth. Standing beside him, you can see the practical side. When a remedy saves enough people, it earns a place in the physician's bag, whether theory likes it or not. You also see anatomy becoming more important. In cities, dissections are happening more than before, though still controversial and often tied to the bodies of the marginalized. Physicians and surgeons learn by seeing inside the body, mapping structures, understanding organs. This changes how they think. The body becomes less mystical and more mechanical. That can lead to better understanding of injury and disease. But it can also lead to coldness if the person becomes secondary to the specimen, a quirky tidbit that slides in through hushed conversation. Grave robbing for medical study becomes a real problem in some places, because cadavers are scarce and dissection is valuable. Bodies of the poor, the imprisoned, and the unclaimed are especially vulnerable. It is a grim reminder that progress often comes with exploitation, especially when society decides some bodies are less protected than others. Joke 1. Very quiet. You think, so even death doesn't guarantee privacy. And then you glance at the cemetery and decide you would like your afterlife to come with a lock. You hear the physician mention a medical society and pacing. The idea of doctors organizing, sharing knowledge, publishing observations, building standards. These networks are growing, not everywhere, not uniformly, but enough to matter. When doctors share case notes, they create a collective memory beyond a single town. Knowledge starts traveling faster than rumor. At the same time, you see resistance. Many people still trust household remedies more than physicians. Some distrust new ideas as arrogance. Some see dissections as desecration. Some see medical modernization as another way for elites to claim control over bodies. That distrust is not always irrational. The medical establishment, such as it is, has earned some skepticism through harmful treatments and arrogance. Historians still argue whether the rise of professional medicine improved outcomes in the short term or mainly changed social authority first, with real clinical improvement coming later. Again, you can feel the ambiguity. A doctor with a fancy book can still bleed you into weakness. A midwife with no diploma can save your life. Progress is not linear. It is messy, and it fights with itself. You also see the earliest hints of what will later become public health thinking. Towns debating sanitation, quarantine measures, efforts to clean streets. Even without germ theory, people begin to treat health as a community problem, not just an individual one. Ports establish more formal quarantine rules. Cities consider water quality. It is uneven, but it is movement. The physician shows you a notebook, his own case notes. They are not elegant, but they exist. He writes symptoms, treatments, outcomes. He has begun to record, not just remember. Recording is power. It allows comparison. It allows learning. It also allows a kind of professional authority. I have evidence. He can say, even if the evidence is still limited. Joke 2. Soft. You realize the first step toward modern medicine is basically writing stuff down, which means the real hero is the person who invents paper and doesn't charge by the page. Later, you visit the apothecary and see something similar. He is experimenting with standardizing mixtures, keeping consistent ratios, labeling more clearly. Commerce pushes him too. If customers trust his consistency, he keeps business. So even profit can inadvertently push toward better practice. You also hear whispers about electricity as a curiosity, about magnets, about strange new ideas. Some are genuine scientific explorations. Some are nonsense. The line is still blurry, but the spirit of inquiry is growing. People are willing to test, to demonstrate, to argue with tradition using observation. Historians still argue whether this era's medical enlightenment is truly widespread or mostly confined to urban elites. Because in rural areas, life is still dominated by household medicine, folk practice, and the occasional traveling practitioner. And that is true. Most people will not see a medical society or a dissection hall. They will see a mother making tea and a doctor bleeding a vein. But the shift matters anyway, because ideas tend to trickle. A physician who learns something new in a city brings it back to a town. A pamphlet circulates. A remedy becomes fashionable. A treatment falls out of favor. The tide turns. Slowly. You think back to smallpox inoculation. That practice is one of the clearest examples of new thinking that works. It is based on observation. Survivors don't get it again. It is preventive, not just reactive. It suggests you can intervene before illness strikes. That concept, prevention, is huge. It will grow into something bigger later. Joke 3. Sleepy. You think. So they're finally learning to prevent things. And then you remember the rest of the medical kit still includes sores and mercury. So the celebration stays modest. As evening comes, you sit by the hearth and realize you are watching a world in transition. Old theories still dominate conversation, but new habits are forming. More observation, more recording, more skepticism of certain traditions, more interest in anatomy and specific remedies that show consistent effects. The early outlines of a different kind of medicine are appearing, faint but visible. Like dawn light under a door, the fire settles into embers. The house is quiet, and you drift toward sleep with the sense that you are standing on a threshold. Behind you, a world of humors and bad air and dramatic evacuations. Ahead of you, a world that will slowly build germ theory, anesthesia, antisepsis, and the kind of medicine that feels less like gambling and more like science. Not yet, but moving. By now, the town feels like a body you have learned to read, not with perfect accuracy, but with familiarity. You can tell when it is feverish, when it is calm, when it is on the verge of panic. You can hear it in the way doors shut faster at dusk, in the way people keep a half step more distance in the market, in the way a cough can still make 3 heads turn at once. And you have learned something else too. Medicine in 1700s. America is not a single thing. It is not just the doctor's bag, or the apothecary's jars, or the midwife's steady hands. It is a daily routine stitched together from fear, habit, neighborliness, and whatever scraps of knowledge people can carry. A mainstream historical fact to anchor you one last time before you drift. For most people in 18th century America, healthcare happens primarily at home and in communities, with prevention rooted in practical habits, diet, and environment, and treatment shaped by a mix of learned European traditions, local experience, and borrowed botanical knowledge. You watch a morning begin like you have watched 100 mornings. Someone stirs the coals, someone fetches water, someone checks on someone else's breathing before they even check the weather. People here do not say self-care. They just keep going. Because stopping is expensive. The sick man from your household is up now. He moves slowly, like his body is negotiating with gravity. But he is alive. The mother watches him with careful eyes, still in nurse mode even when she tries to pretend she isn't. The inoculated children are back outside at last. Faces turned to the weak sun, their laughter sounding slightly unfamiliar after so many days of quiet isolation. You feel a small surge of relief, the kind that makes you want to sit down and let your bones melt. But the town does not let you melt. Another neighbor has a fever. Someone else has a wound. Someone else has a baby coming. Someone else's tooth is turning against them. The cycle continues. That is the reality. Health is not a stable state. It is a series of temporary truces. You start noticing the little preventive rituals people swear by. Keeping feet dry, avoiding cold drafts, burning certain herbs or tar when sickness is rumored in town, washing linens when possible, boiling water sometimes, keeping the sick person's cup separate occasionally, eating certain foods in winter for strength, avoiding others during fevers. These habits are not always scientifically targeted, but some of them reduce risk in real ways. Others simply provide comfort and a sense of control, which in a world full of uncontrollable hazards is its own kind of survival tool. A quirky tidbit slips in as the aunt insists on a small bag of herbs pinned inside a child's clothing for protection. It's part charm, part perfume, part anxiety management. And yes, you catch yourself thinking it's silly. Then you remember you've seen people today carry lucky socks into big moments. Same brain, different century. Historians still argue whether the biggest driver of improved survival over time is medical innovation or broader changes like better nutrition, sanitation, and living conditions. You can see why the argument exists. When you improve food supply, housing, clean water, and community support, bodies become harder to knock down. Medicine helps, yes. But the ground you stand on matters too. You walk through town and see how class shapes all of this. The wealthy can isolate, hire help, buy imported drugs, consult multiple practitioners. The poor rely on each other, on charity, on the almshouse, on whatever the apothecary will extend on credit. Enslaved people and indigenous communities face even harsher constraints, with care tied to coercion and survival under systems designed to extract from them. The same fever is not the same experience depending on who you are. And still, within all that inequality, you keep seeing the same human motions: a hand on a forehead, a cup lifted to dry lips, a blanket tucked in tighter, a whispered reassurance that tries to sound confident. Medicine is often just that. Not glamorous, not certain, but present. Joke 1. Soft and tired. You realize the most advanced technology in this century might be someone actually checking on you. And honestly, some days that still feels pretty advanced. The physician passes you on the road, bag in hand, face lined with the fatigue of constant decisions. He looks like a man who has learned humility the hard way. He still believes in his theories, but he has also learned that bodies surprise you, that patients recover despite your treatments and sometimes fail because of them. He has started writing more notes, asking more questions, paying attention to patterns. The tide you felt in the last section is still turning, slow as dawn, but real. The midwife you met is busy again too, moving between households like a quiet pillar. She delivers babies, but she also delivers advice, calm and competence. She is part of the town's nervous system, carrying signals from house to house. This family needs help. That mother needs rest. This infant must be watched. That fever might spread. Her work is medicine, even if official histories sometimes forget to call it that. Joke 2. You think, this whole town is basically running on unpaid labor and herbal tea. And then you realize that might be the most accurate summary of the century. At dusk, the bell rings once in the distance. A funeral. Not an epidemic sweep this time. Just the steady drumbeat of mortality that never fully leaves. People pause. Someone makes a sign of faith. Someone murmurs a name. Then the carts roll again. Life keeps moving, because life here is trained to move through grief like a river through stones. Historians still argue whether the people of the 1700s are more resilient than we are, or simply forced into resilience by necessity. Sitting with that question, you feel the honest answer is both. They develop toughness because they have to. They also develop tenderness because toughness alone would make you cruel. You can see both traits living in the same person, sometimes in the same hour. Night returns and you find yourself back where you began, by a hearth, watching firelight climb the walls. You think about everything you have seen: bleeding bowls, blister plasters, purges, laudanum drops, tooth keys, saws, inoculation scratches, midwives' hands, caregivers' sleepless eyes, pest houses, almshouses, borrowed plants, stolen knowledge, arguments in the square, and the constant hum of people trying to keep each other alive. Joke 3. Almost affectionate. You think, wow, medicine was really something. And then you correct yourself, because medicine is still something. And the difference is mostly that you get to forget how fragile you are until a random fever reminds you. You sit closer to the heat. The room is dim. The world outside is quieter now. And in this quiet, the past feels less like a museum and more like a living, breathing place you've walked through with your own tired feet. You've learned that in 1700s America, survival is rarely a clean victory. It is a string of small wins, stitched together by community, by observation, by stubborn care, and by risks taken because doing nothing is sometimes its own kind of danger. Word count, 1097. Now, you let the images slow down, like a lantern being lowered. The saw's rasp fades into the softer sound of hands folding cloth. The harsh smell of vinegar and smoke eases into the warm, ordinary scent of bread near a fire. You picture the medicine chest closing gently, not as a threat, but as a sign that tonight, at least, no one needs to reach for the worst tools. You picture the midwife stepping out into night air, calm in her bones, while a newborn breathes quietly inside. You picture the mother from your household finally sitting, shoulders loosening, listening to steady breathing instead of counting it, and you remind yourself, in a voice that's easy and low, that you're here, safe, in your own room. The 1700s can keep their drafty windows and their heroic tooth pullers. You get to keep your quiet. You get to keep your modern comforts. You get to let your body relax without bracing for the next knock on the door. So you let your jaw unclench. You let your shoulders drop. You let your breath find a slower pace, in and out. The firelight in your mind becomes softer, steadier, less demanding. The town's distant bell becomes a faraway note that can't reach you now. All that's left is warmth and stillness, and the gentle fact that you don't have to solve anything tonight. End of script. Sweet dreams.